elders in the room, and I especially to the younger you are, the more important that is. The younger you are, the more important that is. Have a conversation. You in the room today, and what we want to do is get as much information to young people as possible for the future. And the people who got the majority of that information are our elders. So try to get a story. Tell them a story about how they came to the work. A story about, what they've been able to get done in education and how. If you just starting your journey, some of your most valuable time is going to be spent with people who are closer to the end of their journey. They got so much value to give you, right? And I didn't know that coming in, but Lloyd Hargrave helped us understand that. And so we honor Lloyd. So elders, we request permission from the elders to begin. With permission from the elders to begin, let's give our elders a round of applause. I want to call out the name of Lloyd Hargrave. I want to call out the name of Dorothy Gray. Those are both ancestors who are part of this work, who have been instrumental in us getting here today. And so one of the things that you can always consider doing as a group is make sure those people on your team who've sacrificed and who've given something, don't let their name die. Don't let their story die. Don't let what they've lived for die. You know what I'm saying? Any other names of people that's been part of this parent journey that we want to lift up before we go to the next part? Pastor Gillison. Pastor Gillison was a critical part of all the stuff. As a matter of fact, he's the one who coined the phrase that we use. Anybody else? Neil Dobbins, without a question or a doubt. True warrior. Ina Ferguson. Dorothy Gray again. Yeah, so to take the time to honor people so that they haven't come in here and spent 5, 10, 15, 20 years, and then when they're not physically here no more, nobody say their name no more, nobody appreciate the contribution. We want to make sure in this parent journey that we're on to make the schools better, that people who've dedicated time and energy and attention, we honor that, all right? So we also want to make sure we do our land acknowledgement. Amanda, do you mind doing the land acknowledgement?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm just going to read because these words were carefully chosen. I don't want to mess it up. Welcome to UB, first of all. On behalf of myself, I'm Amanda Winkle-Sass. I'm a faculty member in our Department of Learning and Instruction, preparing teachers for Buffalo Public Schools, but also my colleague, Mr. Will Green, who is GSE's Assistant Dean for Outreach and Community Relations. So we're pleased to welcome you. We welcome all members and guests of the University at Buffalo community in order to study, teach, work, and learn. We welcome the respectful exchange of ideas, including those which diverge from our own. We acknowledge the varied lived experiences people bring to this campus, differences that can be caused by discrimination, disparity, and equity. The land on which the University at Buffalo operates is the traditional territory of the Seneca Nation, part of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, which also includes the Mohawk, Oneida, Onondaga, Cayuga, and Tuscarora nations. The Haudenosaunee sustained the beautiful lands and waterways of this region long before European colonists arrived here. We acknowledge the harm done by European colonization, by the theft and exploitation of lands, as well as by subsequent U.S. laws and policies designed to eradicate Native people and exploit. Further, we acknowledge the continuing impact of settler colonialism, racism, and discrimination upon Indigenous people and upon others who identify with non-dominant racial, ethnic, and religious groups in our shared history. This region is still home to the sovereign nations of the Haudenosaunee people. The members of our community are grateful for the opportunity to live, work, learn, and share ideas in this territory, and are committed to working to ensure Indigenous futures by affirming Indigenous histories, traditions, knowledge systems, and political entities. We commit to better educating ourselves and in turn promoting education and awareness to support the continuity and well-being of all.
I say thank you. All right, so what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to ask Jessica, Wendy, Ed, and Queen Halima all to come up here to the table.
Sam, can we make a quick announcement about the QR code?
Yeah, we're gonna do all that. I just want them to come up here because I'm gonna set up how we're gonna do it, and then I'm gonna turn it over to you to talk about all of that. You know what I'm saying? So these are all the Danielle, come on up. You here? Come on, Danielle. Danielle, come on up here. Danielle, she's the head of the family group. Yeah. All right. I wanted to get them up here so that when we transition from this next part, we able to, because I know a couple people have to leave at 11, so I want to make sure we get them up before they leave. So with that, we got a little survey that we're going to start with. So I'm going to turn it over to Will Green, and he will take us from here. Let's give a big round of applause for Will.
To access the survey, all you have to do is scan the QR code, and it'll take you to the appropriate page. I'm going to be operating it, so once you scan that code, the different surveys will be opened up through me. So there is one survey that's like a parking lot. So I'll be going back and forth to the parking lot. So if you get any ideas or thoughts while we're going, but it's not appropriate to share at that time, please put them in the parking lot, okay? I'll do my best to kind of keep up with where we are on the agenda to make sure we access the appropriate surveys for you to add your input, okay? Does that sound fair? All right.
Let's test it.
Okay, yeah. So the first one, actually, the first one should be up. So if you scan that on your device, the first question is, what burning questions are top of mind for you today? And then you can start to put your input in there. At some point, we can access this information live. You can read other people's responses and actually like those responses so we can highlight the most effective points. Does that work for everybody? So this is the parking lot, but once again, you can only access them when I open it up. I'll go back to the first question. You can add your points there, and then once the panel starts, I'll go back to the parking lot. Okay? Any questions about that? Okay.
So are they doing that now, Will?
Yep.
All right. So we asked everybody to put in. This is what we talked about last night for people who was there last night, but for people here today, what do you want to take away from today? I mean, what do you want your takeaway to be? We call it the burning question. It's the top of the mind. But if you leave here today, if there's one thing you wish you could take away from today's session, what would it be? We want to do our best to try to align our time with getting to a place we all want to go. Is that the only one we doing up front?
Does it get stuck on this page? Or does you just
So it'll stay on that page until I move to the next question.
Right, but what if we didn't get the answer the first
Yeah,
time?
it just literally like kicked me out, stopped my thing, and then gave me a check mark.
It shouldn't have done that unless you already entered your response.
I was trying to enter my stuff and it literally stopped me mid-trip.
All right. Go ahead and move forward, Sam. I'll get it figured out.
All right.
Oh, no.
Amanda, could you get Jessica's slideshow up?
What was the burn?
So in terms of, we're going to start our first panel off with the question of seeing what's possible for parent leaders. And so that we can center this conversation around our work as parent leaders. And so what we have here is parents from We the Parents, from District Parent Coordinating Council, from Community Health Workers, and from the Buffalo Parent Teacher Organization. So we have 4 different parent organizations here represented. What I want to do is I want to give you more context of that, but because of time, I'm going to do that after we have at least Jessica do her presentation, because she has to leave at 11. Somebody 11-ish. We got a couple of, and so I want them to at least make sure, because here's the important part of this, right? This is not a short journey. We talked a little bit about this last night. What you're trying to get done, most of the things that you're going to get done is not going to happen for your children. They're going to be for the next generation of children. And I don't know if parent leaders always realize that when you start doing a school system, it's big. And it don't change quickly at all. And if you coming in at the beginning of the year because you think it's going to be done at the end of the year, that's just not how most things are. The reality is this is going to take time, right? So we're going to have some things that we're going to talk about, some projects that we started literally 2010 that's just happening in 2025. But because we kept working on it, they're taking place in 2025. We're going to give you 3 or 4 examples of short and long-term projects. You know, Jessica's going to come up and talk a little bit about something that started off as kids having breakfast in the classroom and salad bars ending up into a full commissary. I mean, this is the journey of what's going on. So I'm going to start off. I was going to start with the work we did and that I was doing as a District Parent Coordinating Council President, but I'm going to do that second. I'm going to start off with Jessica and the work that she's doing with the Community Health Workers, and then we will come back to the District Parent Coordinating Council, and then me, Ed, and Wendy will talk from there. So let's just start off with Jessica, who also was the first and second vice president of the District Parent Coordinating Council. So she has both experiences. But Jessica, why don't you introduce yourself and then share what you're going to share as it relates to the slideshow.
Okay. Do we want to do some context of my early involvement with DPCC too?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning again, everybody. It's great to be with you. My name's Jessica Bauer-Walker. Right now, I run a community organization called Connect in the Community Health Worker Network of Buffalo. But I initially got involved in this parent work through District Parent Coordinating Council when it was really the only parent group. There was a special education parent advisory committee, but that was a board recognized group. So when I came back to Buffalo and my children were small, I saw the work that Sam and others were doing and got involved in the District Parent Coordinating Council. We'll talk a little bit about how that evolved over the years, and that right now we have a parent congress. So the District Parent Coordinating Council still exists. Ed is president, Wendy is past president, as well as Sam. But we have 6 parent groups now in Buffalo Public Schools. So the parent group that I lead is the Community Health Worker Parent and Student Association. We have a co-leadership model with students too. We'll talk a little bit about the work with youth. But a lot of my work has been, and when I initially got involved with District Parent Coordinating Council, was talking about the underlying issues that prevent children from being able to learn. We know if children are hungry, they're not going to be able to read, write, and do math on grade level, right? We know if children can't move. I got activated when my daughter was in kindergarten, and her teacher said, Suria's having a really hard time sitting still and doing her work. I said, oh, okay, well, she's a really active kid, she's 5 years old, she's got a lot of energy. When do they get recess? Is it not until later in the day? Oh, there's no recess. Oh, well, how often do they get physical education? Once a week. So my daughter's having behavioral issues because they're feeding her sugary food in the morning for breakfast, and they don't let her move all day long. And the ironic piece was her classroom opened into a self-contained courtyard where the pre-K students got to go out and play. And the kindergartners would watch the children that were essentially the same age as them run around and play while the kindergartners had to sit there and do their work. Luckily, the kindergarten teacher worked with me as a partner, and this is a theme that I think you'll hear over and over again. We can't do it alone as parents. We have to have allies. We have to have allies with each other. Wendy was actually a parent at School 45, and we had a group of parents. It's an international school, so we couldn't talk to everybody, literally, because we didn't speak their languages. So we built a group of parents that could work together and support each other. Wendy had been there before me, so she helped to orient me into the school. And then we worked with a group of parents together that were diverse, right? Because everybody can't do everything. And then in this situation, I had a teacher partner who was willing to work with me. First, she was able to, before we could create system change, right? She was able to work with me on some strategies. She was actually a dance teacher in addition to a kindergarten teacher. So she worked on integrating movement, right? And what worked well for my daughter ended up helping the rest of the classroom too, right? And so me advocating and us saying like, did we normalize this, taking recess away from 5-year-olds? How did we let this happen? Like, oh, we don't have recess here? People aren't even noticing. So I had a partner to kind of mitigate what was happening right there and then, because we couldn't wait to get recess back into the schedule. That was going to take a little bit longer, right? So we started there, and then we started talking about this from a parent and a teacher perspective. And we did a lot of work, and we'll talk a little. Do we want to pull up slides and show some of the illustration? So we'll talk about some of these other pieces too. But this is an example that is, I think, really important. And a lot of this work has been grounded in dealing with those underlying issues that sometimes, unless you're a parent, you don't see that, right? We got to the point where we had to do a whole advocacy campaign for recess. We were in front of City Hall with hula hoops and balls and recess supplies and a bunch of little kids. And the district administrator, who was over student support services and the health and wellness pieces of the school, came up to us and said, "Oh, they're trying to take recess away?" And we said, "It's gone." You didn't realize, like, you oversee this piece. That's how disconnected things are, right? At some point, somebody made a decision to say, our children need more time to prepare for taking tests, and they took recess out of the schedule, and the people in charge of the system didn't even know. We're gonna talk about overlapping issues like suspension, right? If children can't move, they get up out of their seat, they're being insubordinate, you get suspended, right? So all these issues are intersecting, and a lot of our work, and my life's work, has become aligning public health and public education, making sure that our children can be healthy and well, and so we've dealt with that on a lot of different levels. We ended up getting recess back into the schedule. We literally had to have a campaign. We had to have academics and doctors come to Board of Education meetings and explain to people why children need to move, in addition to parents, right? And then we had to work on getting physical education back, which was a much, much longer campaign. So we'll talk about some of those issues, but that's kind of like the example of kind of the history of the work and how I got started into it.
So let's slow that down, everybody. You see, a parent is dealing with something going on with their child, but obviously it ain't affecting just their child. And that's what most of us was talking about last night, affecting every child. Right? But now we looking at the school district made a decision to take away recess in order to have kids learning to read sooner. So maybe a rational decision. But the question is, what's the impact on the child? The academics who wasn't dealing with the child, may not have seen it the same way as the parent now who's looking at, wait a minute, now my child can't move around, they don't do the thing they normally doing, and then all of a sudden I got a behavior issue because the child don't want to just sit there. The point is, parents could have sat back and did what? Because they know better than us. Mm-hmm. Or they can
fight for what they believe in.
Yeah, you can just push back. You know what I'm saying? Let's take another look at that. So we have an example of an individual issue that turns out to be something that can affect a classroom, that can affect a whole school building. You know what I'm saying? So that's just the beginning of the issue. That issue moves on from there. Go on, Jessica.
Yeah, and I do want to say too, when I first got involved, even though I was doing this work, just backing up a minute, when I started working with District Parent Coordinating Council and SAM, I first got activated because when my daughter was in pre-K the year before this, she got lost on the bus.
Right.
This was before there was tracking systems and whatnot for the buses, right? And I ended up sending my daughter to a neighborhood school, but we were at a swing site that year, so she was on the bus. And I was waiting at the corner. She was not showing up. I was calling the transportation department. They said it should be on the way. A bus pulled up at one point. I got on the bus. They said, Sari's not on here. I was waiting there for hours. I was terrified. Where is my daughter? Calling and calling. And finally, the bus terminals, they had sent 2 different buses. That bus, she was actually on it. She had fallen asleep in the back because it was a sub-bus driver. But she was missing for 2 hours. It was terrifying.
Did they not check the bus?
They checked the bus back when they went to the bus depot and found her asleep in the back.
So that means the bus driver didn't do their job. They were supposed to stop that bus, check the whole bus, and see if all the kids was out the bus. They weren't doing their job accordingly.
Well, there was lots of system fails, yes. So I contacted the school the next day, and we won't get into all the details, but I couldn't resolve it at the building level and get accountability there. I couldn't resolve it at the district level and get accountability there. And I said, I want to make sure this never happens to my child or any other child again, right? And I talked to Sam about it, and Sam said, you're going to have to go to a Board of Education meeting and tell your story. And I said, what? That seemed really intimidating to me. Even though I had done organizing and advocacy, get up and talk about this situation in front of, that's how I have to get a result. Did you have a question or a comment?
Yes, I can relate to that as well. My son is autistic. They picked him up, and I get a robocall. Javier has not reported to school today. So I called. I'm like, yes, he did get on the bus. Same situation. Sleep on the bus. They dropped every kid off. The teacher asked 3 times, was he on the bus? Nobody knew anything. They went to pick up high school students, and my 7-year-old at the time was still on the bus sleeping. So they tried to sneak back to the school to drop him off without anyone knowing. And me and his teacher have a report. I took it far as I got a police report. I called the terminal. Something needs to be done. For one, he is a child with a disability. What if he could not speak? Or what if he just woke up and these big kids sitting next to him and somebody decided to touch him or do something to him? What are we doing? So I can relate to where you're coming from. It could be a normal child, a child with disabilities. Right is right and wrong is wrong. And y'all know y'all need to do a sweep before you do anything, and they did not do that. Then it's like, oh my God, he's back here asleep. And want to try to do some sneaky stuff to get him into school when the teacher already was on it. Had I not got that robocall, I would have known this even took place.
So as it relates to where we're going, which is we want to make sure there are quality seats and quality schools, part of that is now seeing what's possible for parents to do. So in this particular case, as it relates to the bus, there's things that can do, but I want to go back to the first point, right? What's possible to impact quality schools, quality seats, is now you can do something about the fact that your child is not having recess. The problem is, right from the beginning, if parents don't feel empowered to do something about what's happening, that's where it stops at, because they don't see that it's possible.
Right.
So first thing you got to do is see as a parent, it's possible for you to impact what's going on. So that got to be our starting point. So if you see something that don't make sense, you know what I'm saying? The process that y'all are using to make sure all the kids are, off the bus is clearly not working. So we need to have an improvement, some kind of corrective action plan. And so we got to see that as parents, it's possible for us to impact that. So Can
I say too, around that issue, standing up and you encouraging me to go to a board meeting, which was intimidating, and prepping me to be able to do that, I got an immediate response by speaking out. There was a bunch of people, board members, senior cabinet. I was saying something on the record, they immediately addressed my issue, and a bunch of other parents called me that week saying that happened to my kid too. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to speak out, right? And that started a lot of changes related to transportation. I didn't keep on the transportation track because I was working on other things, but one parent can make a difference, supported by another parent who has a little bit more experience and can provide that type of support that can lead to more and more changes, right? So speaking out and making sure you have support to do so is really important.
And especially when you have a driver and a matron, which I don't.
Exactly. Sam, I'm sorry, when people come late, they don't always get all the instructions. I want to just check for understanding. So we're having like a panel discussion at this point. Is it intended to be interactive?
Yes, it's intended to be interactive.
We really want it, okay, because we want to make sure that everyone is heard and we get the most out of the session.
Right, and the only reason why I'm kind of doing it this way for this one, because some people have to leave at 11, and I wanted to make sure Jessica has a timeline in her slideshow that I want to be introduced to the audience. I'll come back and explain things later, but I don't want her to leave without having introduced it to the audience. So I want to at least kind of get down.
So
that.
let's move into that
Right.
then.
So, but let me just say, I don't want us to move too fast to where what we're trying to get done don't get done. So we want to keep coming back to seeing what's possible. So it was possible to change recess, right? Because some parents will start off by saying a parent can't do that. Well, a parent did that. You know what I'm saying? So you got to know that if something's going on with your child, it's possible to change it. But you got to see it as being possible. But it didn't stop there. It went to physical education. Let's go to the next piece. What happened with physical education?
Can we go through the slides to kind of show?
Okay.
You don't want to talk about kind of the. We talked about Lloyd Hargrave before. We need to add Mother Gray to these slides too in her picture. We can,
So go back one slide. So Diggo, that was also the first vice president. Brother McIntyre, the first vice president. Sister Patricia was also a vice president. So there were other people that was part of the leadership team at the time in the historical context. Go on to the next one.
do you want to
Go.
just kind of set the context
Yeah, go
for?
ahead.
No, you, because I wasn't there then.
So I'm gonna do that when I talk, right? Right now, I don't want to waste time. But while you here, I want you to talk about. You wasn't here for the boycott either, right? Okay, so go to where you were at. But you were here. You were doing physical education at the time.
This is when I came in. It got
Yeah.
my attention because I saw other parents doing stuff, right? That's when, and I kind of came in on the community side initially before my kids got into Buffalo Public Schools. That was when Helene Kramer was doing that UP group and we were meeting over at Gateway, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I saw other parents doing this and then I got involved. And there at that point, and Sam will give more context around a lot of the direct action that was happening, school boycotts, things like that. At that point, parents couldn't even get into the buildings. They didn't even have visitors entrance marked. Like it was a very hostile environment in lots of ways, and the system was extremely bad. So this is around the time that I came in, and we were doing a lot of direct action work related to the Board of Education, the Buffalo Teachers Federation. This is a theme too, where sometimes people are allies and sometimes people are opponents, right? We love our teachers. The teachers also had negotiated a contract where they didn't have to live in the city of Buffalo. And so that created a lot of disconnects and disinvestment because our teachers didn't live in our community. So the teachers were by and large white, upper income, living in the suburbs, and that's obviously not our population, right? And so they would advocate for certain things sometimes that were not in our interest. The example here in the picture here is we're in front of the Buffalo Teachers Federation because they had filed a grievance because they have a union and they can do that, and we don't as parents, that they didn't want to do the breakfast in the classroom program. So back to our theme before, why is it important for kids to have breakfast in the morning in our community, in urban settings, in Rochester and in Buffalo? Some of them don't have food at home, right? And they're not going to learn. So we had gotten funding collectively, kind of advocated for a breakfast in the classroom program so that breakfast was there when they came in. But the teacher said, this is an extra thing that we don't want to do. And so they filed a grievance. Like, this is not in our contract. We shouldn't have to do this.
That's so petty.
So I'm sorry it's a little extra work, but do you want to be able to teach your kids? Because they're hungry. We couldn't file a countersuit against that, right? Because they have a whole process for grievance. But we felt the community would be on our side if they knew about this. So we got some breakfast food, and we worked with the district nutrition department because they were on our side about this, right? They gave us some breakfast. We showed up in front of the Buffalo Teachers Federation with a bunch of kids and signs, called the media, and it was all over the news. We got real good media. It was good media staging. And the union president at the time was very skilled in getting through what he needed. But he gave us that one. He was like, this one's good, That was a black eye in the Buffalo Teachers Federation. Teachers don't want children to eat breakfast. Yeah. Right? Not a good look. So they dropped that grievance, and we were able to maintain breakfast in the classroom program. But the teachers came back around and have helped us with a lot of other pieces. So the physical education piece, they wanted physical. We worked on the recess piece. We're able to get that into the schedules. Recess is free. Teachers were okay with including it into the schedule. Physical education was much more difficult. And we actually had to file, Wendy and I filed a 310 appeal. Do you want to explain what a 310 appeal is?
Going back in my brain a ways, yeah, so it's with New York State Ed, and, but you have to have a kid that's directly impacted. So we were able to file an appeal with New York State Ed saying that our kids were being impacted by something happening in our district, and then they can come back to the district and rule on it in favor, hopefully in favor of the parents. So we did that for a couple different things. And then we tried to work with our multilingual parents because there were some issues with communication with them too that was not aligned, and it also has to be aligned with New York State regulations. So I was going to mention that, but there are specific regulations that New York State Ed says that districts have to do. So if a parent says that the district isn't doing something in accordance with State Ed regulations, you can file a 310 appeal, and then they'll roll back on that.
So we just slow it down for 1 second. I know we got to move quickly, but is it possible for, if the teachers file a grievance saying that we don't want to do something, is it possible for parents to do something about that? Yeah, see, but our starting point can be that the teachers have a formal grievance and they have a formal process that they have developed in collective bargaining where they can stop the process. Well, we don't have collective bargaining. We didn't have a formal process. So what did we have to do? Yeah, we tried to use social pressure by saying we think most people think it's reasonable that kids be able to eat, breakfast in the classroom. You know what I'm saying? So lifting that up so that the larger community gets involved in that conversation so they can see that whatever they're negotiating behind the scenes over there, let's all watch. Why are you negotiating to not feed kids breakfast? You know what I'm saying? So my point is, and so the social pressure became how we negotiated that and ultimately won on that issue. So what am I saying? Seeing that that's possible. There are other ways to fight besides besides traditional ways. So it's a non-traditional way of using the media to be able to achieve your objective.
Okay, my question, because I'm a little bit confused. Did y'all not have physical ed in the school?
So the physical education was only once a week. And so the 310, as Wendy said, has to be focused on a state law or regulation. And the state law and regulation requires, they have standards for K through 3, and they have standards 4 through 6, that you should be getting physical education every day for K through 3 and several times a week for 4 through 6. So they weren't in compliance with the frequency and duration that they should be getting physical education.
Well, just for Buffalo, because my kids always took physical ed. I've never known it wasn't even an issue.
So what's happening now? So we skipping a part, right? I would have said if we would have did it in order. Now I'm coming back. I'm gonna cover this, right? The importance of knowing the law as relates to what's going on, right? So we learned right from the beginning how to use the law in our favor when we set up school-based management teams in every school. So by this time, where Jessica and Wendy is talking about, now we know that if we got a concern about something, the next thing you do once you got a concern is you go see what the law says. Because the district, what they're doing in practice may not be in compliance with the law.
Right.
You assume that, but that may not be true. So you have to go check. So when we went and checked, we found out that the district was not in compliance with the law. I don't even think that was in compliance with their own policy, was they?
No. I mean, and that's true a lot of the time, right? And lots of districts. And we'll talk about the suspension issue too, because they violated state law related to suspension. So there's state laws and regulations related to a whole bunch of other things. And that's where it's important to work with partners and allies. So our friends that do physical education and health education, they know what those laws are. They were able to help us flag that. But only parents can file an appeal by being directly impacted. But you have to put this together. We couldn't have done this. We were working with Ken Nixon, an attorney at the time, who helped us to prepare that whole 310 appeal. We had a physician, a pediatrician, Dr. Katie Grimm, who worked with us to put an affidavit in there explaining from a medical perspective why this was harmful to children. So we were able to build a really strong, you couldn't do this on your own as a parent, right? You have to understand the law, have attorneys, have other professionals, put this together. It's a very time-intensive process. So we started, over here with recess, trying to get kids more physical activity, all the way up to the 310 appeal. And that oftentimes takes at least 6 months to get a ruling back from state ed. And we were able to win that. We were able to, and the teachers worked with us on that. And we did media in the meantime to make sure that people understood what was going on and what we were fighting for as parents and community, right? And so we did all of this, just keeping the pressure on, and we got that ruling back from state ed saying, yeah, it was pretty clear cut in terms of what was happening. The district will try to do things to say, when they realized, oh, we are out of compliance, oh, we're gonna put videos on and put them in the classrooms trying to get the kid and justify that as physical education, right? You have to keep pushing past that stuff too. And that's why it's important to also get the public on your side, to hold them accountable, because the system will keep systeming and trying to find ways around it, even when you think you have a clear legal path, right? So eventually we won that on kind of a technicality, but the teachers were also exerting pressure, because what happens if we need more physical education hours? What else do we need to make sure that happens?
Staff.
Yeah, you need more, so you need more teachers. So they were able to get about 30 more physical education teachers. So is it in their self-interest for physical education standards to be in compliance?
Yeah, that's every
Yeah,
time.
yeah, they get more teachers, right? So that's good for them. So we worked together on that, and we were able to achieve that collectively.
All right. Because I know you gotta go, so go on to your next, the next thing, and then I'll connect all this after you're gone, so I just wanna make sure you get it all in, and people can ask questions.
Okay,
Go on.
we'll keep going. Skip this one for now. So these are some of the things that we've talked about. I also want to we've used, as I talked about, aligning public health and public education. We've utilized this framework of community health workers. How many people have heard of community health workers before? You are a community health. I knew it when I was talking to you. Okay. So what is it? Can you help me explain what a community health worker is and what we do?
A community health worker is a person that go out in the community and actually help you with resources, but they're very educated. We're talking about, I want to say, health-wise and community-wise, so they partner and put both of those in.
Yeah. And we talk about ourselves as a bridge oftentimes, and I'm going to pass it over to my colleague Danielle here just to talk about the bridging work that we do as community health workers.
Yes, so Brother Sam did say that I am with the BPTO. I'm the co-chair of that organization.
What does that stand for?
That is Buffalo Parent Teacher Organization. And I met Jessica, saw what she was doing. I was like, I feel like these might be my people. So I am also a community health worker. We bridge between parents and the system. We get people resources. We are the go-to. We have a lot of knowledge about a lot of things, but we're not the knowers of all things. We know where to connect and who to connect with. And that's what we do. We bring people together, and then we try and advocate, and that's what we've been doing in the Buffalo schools, is advocating for big, important things that need to be changed.
The community workers, health workers are of and from the community.
Of and from the community, yes.
So we're connecting as parents with parents, and we've also trained youth as community health workers. So we realized as we were doing this work, we were really doing it out of the health committee of the District Parent Coordinating Council. I was growing a community-based organization, a community health worker network of Buffalo at the same time. And we realized, a lot of us were parents too, let's do a parent and student community health worker initiative. So we cross-trained a lot of people, including people here, as community health workers. Even if they were working on their own base and on different things, they were cross-trained, but there were some of us who were really fully dedicated to being community health workers. So we worked on a lot of these other issues. We got, can we go to the next slide? Next slide. Next slide. We realized at some point when we were doing some of these campaigns that we really had to work in an even more robust way with others as well. And so we started this School Health and Wellness Collaborative. We were getting parent and student community health workers and getting other people in the mix too. And so that's a lot of the work that we have been doing over the years. And then especially when the COVID pandemic started, we actually partnered really deeply with Buffalo Public Schools. That was a period of time where we were not adversarial with them as much because they knew that they needed us. We got money from the county health department to do COVID clinics and education, and we were actually setting up clinics in the schools, and at first doing education, and when vaccines came, doing vaccine clinics in a really holistic model, and so in helping to bridge community, families, the county health department, the city, and doing a lot of that type of work.
I'd like to know more about the student community health workers. Where do they come from? Like, how has that empowered students.
Yeah, we'll talk, we have a slide on that. I'll spotlight a couple of the pictures that are here. Ed, do you want to talk anything about like the parent and student community health workers and some of the stuff that we've worked on to have your voice in here?
I'm also, so I'm the president of the District Parent Coordinating Council. I'm a member of the CPAC Parent Group Special Education, and newly within the last 2 years, I'm a community health worker. So one of my favorite parts about community health workers is the time we spend with the students, our teenagers. We do outreach. We've done outreach where we went to like Fountain Plaza and we brought healthy snacks and we interviewed the students with simple surveys asking them what their concerns were and what they'd like to see happen. Like one of these boards, what would you like to see in your school? We would have the students fill out something, and then we would, later on, we brought it back and we presented it to the schools we use. We spent many hours in the community either surveying or supporting. We've done cleanups. We take them to the board meeting. A lot of them have spoken at the board meetings. A monthly meeting on Saturdays where we spend 4 hours working with them, and they plan what we do. We support them. So they decide the values and what we're gonna do every meeting. We're just there to help facilitate it. But they run the meetings. They decide what events we're gonna do and when we're gonna do it, of course, with the great leadership of Jessica. But to me, it's like my favorite part. I have a couple children with autism, my boys, so I haven't had normal teenage boys. So being with these kids makes my month, and they're great. And they all come from challenges, but when they're with us, they're safe, and we're having fun, and we're laughing. We played hot potato, and it was just amazing watching them play. They were so competitive. Just reminding my child, like, nobody wanted to lose, and they all had their little angle to it, and it was a good time. So to me, I love that part of it.
Yeah, so we train them in a 4-day core competencies for community health workers training. So that picture over there in the corner there, and we do that intergenerationally. So we do a training once a year over the summer where we recruit a cohort. We put that out into the community. People apply. We have our current parents and students screen candidates. So we have a cohort of about 20 to 25 parents and students that go through a 4-day training. So we recruit them, we screen them, they get that initial training, things like communication skills, understanding public health and public education and inequities, stages of behavior change, like good practice in terms of engagement, right? And our training is very interactive. It's based on popular education, so it's very experiential. We're sitting in circle, we're doing activities, very different than didactic education that they're used to. Many of these kids are coming to us. We specifically recruit kids who have challenges, like not your student council kind of kids. We've met kids like doing outreach and violence interruption in parks that have come to us through suspension cases. We look for kids who we see they have a need and they have potential, right? They're acting out because they're trying to get a need met, but they have that potential, right? They have lived experience. So they get that initial training, and then we deploy them to do a bunch of stuff in schools and community. We have a picture here with the food service director where they're doing an event and making smoothies. They do composting and recycling and waste management. This is a picture of a youth mental health event that they planned and ran. Many of them are cross-trained in doing restorative practices and restorative justice and have been working on a campaign around solutions and not suspensions, and they can do that work themselves. They've done Know Your Rights training. They know how to run circles and participate in a restorative conference. They helped to develop this survey. There was a whole bunch of issues last year with fights breaking out in various areas. And the district and the community were having a heavy police presence, right? And we said, let's just go talk to the students and find out what they want and need, like Ed talked about. So they helped to design a survey with one of our colleagues, and they've done media work around that. All right, we'll go to the next slide.
Jessica, what I want you to do, because I know it's getting close to time, I want you, if you can capture 2 things, because we're going to use it throughout the day, and I want to make sure people have it. Capture the work that's gone from the breakfast in the classroom to the salad bar to now commissary. And then I want you to end with capturing the work that's gone on through the suspension work and where we have with the suspension work. Because those represent things that have taken a long time to get where we at, and it's showing what's possible.
All right, so we talked about youth as advocates for that systems change, and we'll use 2 examples specifically on the next slide to spotlight that. So 2 of our long-standing campaigns have been around suspension and school food and getting a new commissary built. So the suspension stuff started 15 years ago when a student named Jawan Daniels from Lafayette High School was suspended for roaming the halls and was leaving school and was shot and killed. It's almost the 15-year anniversary, actually in just a couple days, on June 11th. That'll be the 15-year anniversary of us losing that student.
He walked out on his own?
No.
Suspended.
He got suspended, they sent him home against the district policy without communicating with his parent. And while he was on his way home, he got shot twice running from some people that was doing a drive-by shooting. And he shouldn't have even been, as a matter of fact, he had a pass. He got caught in a hall sweep, but he had a pass. But they didn't check for the pass because he was in the hall sweep. They suspended everybody that was in the hall sweep. And it cost him his life.
So I was not working on this issue at that time. I was just getting into the work at that point, but Brother Sam and others were raising this as an issue, right? Pushing for a code of conduct, getting a board resolution, with the name Jawan Daniels on it, around it. A couple years ago, my own daughter got suspended. Even though I was doing this work, my daughter got suspended in a pretty horrible situation. And I got thrown into this work too, as somebody who was directly impacted. Even though I had advocated for other kids and knew this process, it even happened to me and my own child. So there's been a whole bunch of cycles, and things will happen where there will be a community outcry and there'll be action around this. Buffalo Public Schools has had one of the highest suspension rates, if not the highest, in New York State for a very long time. And the disproportionality around it, and it's similar in Rochester because we're part of a statewide coalition. Students that are Black, that have disabilities, that are low income, that don't speak English as a first language, are disproportionately suspended. And the situations around it are, I probably don't need to tell you, pretty significant, right? So our last round of this has been working with a coalition of attorneys, of academics, of parents, of youth. The youth piece and getting partners like the New York Civil Liberties Union involved, to UB Law School involved, has made a huge difference. We are at a point right now that New York State Attorney General's office has been investigating the district for quite some time. We're continuing to exert pressure on them. We're hoping that they will do something called an assurance of discontinuance, which they've done in Syracuse before, that mandates the district to do certain things. So that's what we've been pushing for, and we hope we're getting very close. But it's been a long time. It's been a lot of situations. It's been sitting in suspension hearings. It's been your own kid getting targeted and impacted. Pulling in the students when they were doing outward-facing advocacy, they were going to board meetings, they were doing media stuff, they were getting targeted in their own school buildings, right? So it's been very, very difficult work. We've had to do it in solidarity, but we're close to getting something that we never would have thought of in those beginning years, right? It's been a cycle, and if we can win on this, it can have systemic, long-impacted change for a very long time. Do you want to say anything else about the suspension issue?
No, it's okay.
Okay. So the other piece is around the school food, which we've talked about too. So we've been able to get salad bars in the school, get the breakfast in the classroom program, help with getting a big farm to school USDA grant that's allowed to get fresh and healthy foods and set up farmers markets and work with local farmers. But the big barrier has been our food commissary is literally falling down. The place where they cook the food, they can't do it at scale. They can't use all these fresh fruits and vegetables that come in a very short growing season that we have in Buffalo and Rochester, because that has to get processed, right? And if there's not capacity to cook and chill it, to freeze it over the winter season, we can't use that capacity. So, and the building has lead in it, has leaks, it's in really bad shape. So we've been working on a campaign, and really led by parents and students, letting people know that this is going on, the need, and why this is important for children's health and well-being, and campaigning for a new food commissary. That, again, that's 15 years, I think, we've been advocating for that. And again, it's gone through cycles. We did a really big push last summer. We were going to board meetings, getting a board resolution to make sure there was a commissary construction committee. I think we're very close. We're being told that is going to be brought to the Board of Education next month to move forward. This month to move forward. This month to move forward. Thank you. And there's times where we've just been like, this is never going to happen. And I think it would have folded if we had not stayed on it and created public pressure, worked with media to spotlight it. The Buffalo News and our local NPR station in particular have worked really closely with us to keep spotlighting those issues. And so keeping media pressure on and telling that story and working with other allies has been critical. So we're really for both of these issues and campaigns that have been 15 years, it's really been parents and students who directly impacted people who've been continuing to push it forward. And neither of these things would be happening right now. We're very close with both of these things, but it has been a labor of love.
Let's give Jessica a round of applause. And so I'm going to give you a chance to ask if you got questions, but I wanted to make sure before she left, because she has a lot of the work that Jessica was with us when we were ending and she was coming in, so Jessica's still in the work now, right? So I wanted to make sure you had access to the parents that we work with, the parents that are currently working, and you could ask questions because you see what's possible. You see that we started with a suspension issue because they were suspending too many kids, 15 years ago, and we stayed with it. Now we're about to get the Attorney General to come in and put together a assurance of discontinuance to really determine, monitoring to make sure that suspension comes down. When Syracuse got their assurance of discontinuance, their suspensions reduced by 50%, right? So but it's a long journey to get there. The same thing with the food. You know what I'm saying? We go from breakfast in the classroom all the way through to at the end of the day, if you're just feeding our kids processed food all day, you know what I'm saying, it affects everything. So we got to fight for our kids to be able to get fresh food. It ain't as simple as sitting at a board meeting screaming. At the end of the day, we didn't have the facilities to be able to maintain it. So you got to see the bigger picture. You got to have people fighting it from one generation to the next till it gets done for our children. It's not easy, you know what I'm saying, but it's possible. That's the point. Any questions for Jessica and then the campaigns, and I'll kind of set that up, put it in context later. Any questions, any comments?
I have a question. I have to unfortunately leave, but as one of the co-facilitators, we really want to encourage Howard to take notes on all the panels today. It's really important that you take some notes on some takeaways that you can apply. So if you don't have a notebook, there's notebooks in there. Heavily encouraging to take notes and be active in the engagement. I appreciate you all.
All right.
Have a wonderful
Thanks, Shara. I appreciate it. All right, so we're gonna also ask, if you will, once we finish this panel, we're gonna ask if you're gonna you to put it where they put it at. They put it into the
Parking lot?
we're gonna ask that you put it in the parking lot too. Type it up there. We'll put up the question afterward. So are there any questions, any comments? We got a question.
So I just have a comment. I want to thank you for involving the youth. I think a lot of times when we as parents get together, we lose sight that we need the youth and it's the youth voice. Mm-hmm. And I think, and it could be community, it could be generational. As adults and elders, we don't know everything, right? And we're too busy trying to correct them instead of listening and also understanding it's a new society, it's a different society. So I appreciate that you have the youth, you're teaching them restorative practices and all of those things, because I think that's important. And sometimes in this work, we get lost in that because of the legal things we have to do and the subject matter experts we have to get, when essentially they are the subject matter experts.
That's and right. One of the things that we learned early on is that in Title I, you are required, when you have a meeting, for there to be, if it's during the dinner hour, you're required to provide dinner, you provide child care, and you're required to provide transportation. So parents should be bringing their kids. Bringing your kids with you should be no problem. It should be built into the process. But if you don't hold people accountable to doing that, making sure they do that, they don't necessarily tell you that, you know what I'm saying? But we make sure, for example, whenever we had our district parent coordinating council meeting, we made sure we had child care available, we had healthy food, we were part of determining what we ate at our meetings, you know what I'm saying? So, and if people needed transportation, we were making sure people got transportation. So it is critical as parents, you know, that that's possible, and that's also built into the law. Any other questions or comments?
I want to say thank you. I'm a part of a lot of coalitions. I want to say Healthy Kids, Common Ground Health, and all the things that we talk about. Like you said, when you say center, you think about school, you think about kids getting out. My kid was always in a room, guys, and he was an IUP student. He was a person that lost, he didn't know how to express himself. He had lost his uncle, and kids don't know how to express themselves, but all they felt like doing, like you said, just leaving him in this room or letting him, you gotta go home today. I'm sorry, we had given him a bus pass, he has to go home. But my son is now 18, but guys, when I mean I can count on, not even my hands, how many friends and people that they lost just because, like you said, leaving from school and didn't have a purpose to go somewhere else. And that was, you know, my son said, Mom, I'm running away because my friend don't have anywhere to go. And I don't want to leave him out here. So me as a parent, I had to step up and say, okay, I love my child, but I got to advocate now for another child because you need the support. And my whole life, I feel like I love that you said that. When I say my umbrella is so many, like I love doing everything. Community health worker, it taught me because I didn't have a high school diploma. I wanted to be able to put the work that I did in the community to be able to advocate. But it was like that door. Every time I'm advocating, and when we speak, you use a parent to be using your voice to advocate and go to Albany. But when it comes up to funding or to have the support, you're going back to that problem. You're going back to everything. So I had to learn to separate, like, okay, I can be here and support, but is it meaningful? Is it beneficial in my community? Is it helping my community? So for me today, guys, what y'all gave me is an eye-opening that you do have to set boundaries. And the fight that we're fighting for is continuously, and I always knew that to my kids right now, you're seeing your mom fight that journey, but the journey is for our next generation.
Yes, it is.
So I love that. Guys, I can keep going on, but thank you so much.
And part of what y'all asked is y'all wanted to hear directly from parents who were doing the work. Y'all can talk to the parents. In the next panel, we're going to talk from community folks. But these are parents. These are parents who are living this. This is our parents.
What Buffalo could do. And so I was so impressed by Sam that I offered to allow him to come on my radio show every week to talk about, or not every week, but every first Saturday, to talk about the educational issues. To me, education is the equalizer. It equalizes, or it evens the field, especially for our children. And so beyond salvation for me as a preacher, education is next. So to have Sam come on and share what the fight that they were doing and knowing that I could be a part of. And I think for me, as a pastor, COVID really impacted me in a very traumatic way. 20 of our family members got COVID. My son is a police officer, and I think he brought it to the rest of us. And my youngest boy was in the hospital for 8 days, and my niece was in the hospital for about 2 weeks. And so I really felt when COVID happened that I needed to come outside of the four walls of the church. I think my call to pastoring goes beyond just my church, which is right down the street here on Main Street, to pastor my city, to be a part of pastoring the city. And I'm just going to end it with this. I think that, especially in the African American tradition, the only person that we employ that is not threatened by the system as far as their livelihood is the pastor. You know, nobody can fire me, so I can speak truth to power. You know, and the only person that I answer to is God and to my congregation, right? So that gives me the freedom to say what a lot of people can't say. Getting involved with this is about the next generation. It's about my children, not my grandchildren, who my granddaughter just graduated from high school, and I've got others coming up. And it's about all of the kids that don't have a grandfather. You know, I look at every child in this district as being my child. And so my passion for education is about, these are all our children. And if they fail, we fail. And the bottom line is, when 75% of our children can't read, where are we going? You know, that means that none of us are safe. And I don't care where you live at. You might not live in the inner city, but guess what? When we have pneumonia, you're going to catch it in the next generation. And we've seen it over and over again, whether it's the opium epidemic or whatever the case might be. We don't live in silos. We are our brother's keeper. And so that's kind of been my mindset in coming into this work.
So, thank you. Let's give it a round of applause. So we'll give you a chance to ask questions at the end of this process, but I'm just going to say, especially if you're organizing in the African American community in particular, the church is going to need to be a partner. Clergy is going to need to be a partner, and having relationships with, the clergy and the church who are sympathetic to the issues that we're fighting is going to be critical to success. It's a very important partner to identify in the community. All right. The next group that we're going to invite to share with you is, once we got really strong locally, we realized in order to move an agenda to change things, you're not going to change anything in New York if you can't affect state legislation, if you can't affect the state education department. Most local school districts, are exactly that. They are local school districts that come under the state education department, and they are funded by most of the money comes from the state legislature. So when you start to try to really move on real issues, big issues, serious issues, you got to be able to affect what's going on statewide. You got to know the state. We didn't have that. We didn't have that kind of background. We had some exposure, on a national level through Title I, but we didn't have statewide partners to help us be able to get legislation passed in Albany, to be able to connect. And in 2015, a statewide group started in New York called the Education Trust New York. And the Education Trust New York was a savior for us. I mean, it was a game changer. You know what I'm saying? Because now all of a sudden, all these issues that we were having that require state education involvement, when we filing 310 appeals, when we dealing with issues like suspension, we dealing with issues like health, them are not issues that just Buffalo's dealing with. Everybody in the state is dealing with that. And the partner that came through for us was the Education Trust New York. So I want to give a big shout out to Jeff Schmeek with the Education Trust New York. Let's give him a round of applause. And Jeff, why don't you talk about the Education Trust New York, what y'all did, and how y'all able to come in and help what we're doing. Oh yeah, just take there you go. Support the efforts that went on Buffalo's back that far all the way up through now.
Yeah, for sure. So, and I will admit I was not here at the beginning, although I've worked with Sam for many, many years, even before I came on at Trust New York.
Say that though. I mean, that's important because we were so just in terms of knowing, Jeff, before he was even working with Education Trust, he was working as a consultant with another group that was working with us as parents locally.
Yep. Yeah, so long history, big fan of Sam's, who is, I do want to say this, probably the best parent engagement leader in the country. And I mean that, because I worked across the country before coming back to Rochester and New York, so we're just very fortunate, all of us are very fortunate to have him and to be able to work with him. So yeah, so at Trust New York, again, we're a statewide advocacy organization. We really are designed to be a voice for students and families. What you'll see across the state, and probably here in Buffalo as well, and in Rochester where I live, there's a lot of organizations we have a teachers union, we have a principals association, we have all these voices for adults. We wanted to be a voice for students and for families, and particularly focused on equity. So we work across the state. We work through coalitions. We have actually 3 coalitions that we run. We have a early literacy coalition that we started a few years ago. We have what we call our New York Equity Coalition, which Sam has been an active member of, and I know some of you have been involved with as well. And we also have an early childhood coalition as well. So we're, really designed to sort of, it really works both ways, this work, right? So one, we're trying to build the capacity of partners at the local level, give them tools that they can use to advocate, with their school district, with other organizations locally. But what we get from the coalitions in our work with partners across the state, and I should say, for example, we work with Urban League of Rochester as one of our partners, Urban League of Buffalo, we work with, so a lot of community-based partners across the state. But they help inform our work, right? So they tell us what's actually happening on the ground. We use that to inform the state policy work. But it works both ways in the sense that, so I was thinking, Sam has set up multiple meetings with the editorial board at the Buffalo News, where Sam is there, Buffalo partners are there, we're there. And that's just really powerful, right? Sometimes it's hard to come in as a statewide organization unless you have partners on the ground. And Sam is so trusted that it opens a lot of doors for us to help him, and it works both ways as far as helping each other out. The other pieces that we do and have been doing, you know, with Sam and others in Buffalo for a long time is we have some great data tools that are meant for parents and for others to use. So one of them, and I'll be honest, we don't do a good enough job of sharing them and making sure that people are using them. We have one tool that we call To and Through that actually follows students from high school through college and finds out how many of them graduated within 4 years, within 6 years, and we can trace that back to the high school, right? So you as a parent, when you're looking for high schools for your child, you can look and say which one has a good record of getting kids to and through college or career. So we try to give parents and stakeholders tools to use. We have what we call parent and student labs, which I know some of you have actually participated in, where again, we're really trying to build similar to what Ready is doing, right? Really trying to build your capacity to advocate. And we also amplify voices. So we just did an event on literacy last year, or a couple months ago, where I don't think Jackie's here, but a parent from Niagara Falls came and talked about her experience from that webinar, which we did statewide. We've had media pick up on that and share her story even more broadly. Candace, I know we did an event in Rochester maybe 2 years ago at the Little Theater where Candace shared her story about literacy. So really trying to amplify your voices and give a statewide platform. And I think this is really, really important is having this platform. To what was just said earlier, we as a statewide organization can sometimes say things, right, that others can't. And I know, like from personal experience, how things, at least in Rochester, work. If you speak out, you upset the status quo, they will retaliate. It could be trying to take away your money. It could be trying to take away your job, which I won't go into it, which happened to me about 10 years ago. So, the one thing I learned from that is it's hard to speak out on your own because that's what will get you. But if you have a platform and you're working with partners, it's a lot harder, right? And so,
Support y'all.
So that's what, I'm glad to finally have a platform where I can say things and not be threatened. And that's, I think, important for all of us to work together, right? And be this united front, because that's what's going to scare people. And that's what's going to change the status quo ultimately, because you all know how hard the status quo is to change. When I came back to Rochester, I lived, in DC, I did a lot of national work. I came back and I was just appalled by what I saw. The outcomes, I visited schools. I just said, this can't be, how are we letting this happen, right? And when I did start to speak out, that's when I, was retaliated against. So the status quo, we can't let it continue. And so that's really what we're trying to do, working with Sam. And what I wanted to share too is we're excited. We're going to be, Sam and I are right now working to kind of expand our work. I will say most of our team is in New York City. I'm the only one upstate. We're going to do more of this work in Rochester, in Syracuse, in other places. So I'm really excited about that and trying to replicate some of the work that's happened here in Buffalo. So really excited to work with all of you on that. I had a bunch I wanted to say, but the last thing I'll just say is, thinking again about like this idea of, thinking from parents' perspective about the school is good, right, at kind of shutting you out or saying, we know best, things like that. One of the things we're starting to do at Trust New York, and I know others are working on, is how do we impact instruction within schools? A lot of us, rightly are working on things that happen outside the school doors, community schools, they're important. But at the end of the day, we need to make sure that kids are getting the right instruction in reading and math so they can read, right, at grade level. And that's the last place schools want us in, right? We know best, you're attacking my autonomy, I'm an expert, right? You all are the experts in your own kids, right? Much more than any teacher is. And we know how to teach kids how to read. That's the work we've been doing statewide, and I'm sure you followed it, right? The evidence is clear. In Rochester, we're not following that, right? And again, 9 out of 10 third graders are not at grade level, right? In the home of Frederick Douglass? No, not okay. So don't just, my point is don't ever be intimidated, right? Like, and don't think, well, it's instruction, I can't tell a teacher how to do that. Yes, you can, because what they're doing now is not working. It's a different story if what they're doing is working, but it is not working. So again, that's the work we're hoping to do at Trust New York, is work with all of you, like add whatever support, voice, statewide platform, whatever relationships we have. At the end of the day, we want to empower you to make change, because it happens at the state level, but ultimately it's going to happen locally. Like, we can pass policies, we've passed policies. They don't succeed unless they're implemented well at the local level. Lots of examples of that. But I'll stop there, but just really grateful to be here with you all, and Yeah.
Just say,
Yeah.
just hold on one second.
Yeah.
Did you turn off the mic?
I don't know, I might have.
Yeah.
Did I?
Okay, but just say a little also bit about the fact that at Trust and the boot camp and what you are getting parents exposure on a national level.
Yes, yes. So one of the things we do each year, so Ed Trust is a national organization, so our headquarters are in DC, and then we have a New York State office, among a few other state offices as well. So once a year, we bring advocates from all around the country to DC to both sort of learn about what's happening nationally, connect with other advocates from around the country, and then we spend a day on Capitol Hill. So Sam and I, like a month ago, with a bunch of our partners, were on the Hill meeting with our congressional delegation, walking all over the place. We met with Chuck Schumer's office, Hakeem Jeffries' office, and trying to share, share the work that we're doing. In this case, as you know, there's a lot happening at the federal level, which is very concerning. So trying to raise concerns and use data, right, to show the impact of these cuts and how this is going to impact kids. But yeah, that's just another way, we try to amplify voice and again, like connect you to other advocates. So you're not sort of isolated. And that's what we're excited about locally. And I'm so glad we're all here today, right? Like there's such a disconnect sometimes between Syracuse, Buffalo, Rochester when they have the same issues, the same challenges. So we need to bring everyone together, on these issues.
All right, round of applause for Jeff. Thank you. Yeah, and I can't emphasize enough the importance of that partnership. Exposure is going to be a key part of your success. When we were just talking to people from Buffalo, we all kind of had the same issues. We didn't realize that people all across the state had the same issue. Then when they sent us to the national level, and we realized urban school districts all across the country are dealing with the same issues, and we were able to kind of learn from each other. So you gotta get outside of the box of where you at and get it and be able to see it from a broader perspective. And then you also got to understand that everything that's going on in state and local education, a lot of that stuff, is driven from the national level, driven from what's going on with federal policy and what's going on with federal funds, right? And so the money piece, most of our large urban school districts, most of your money come from the state legislature. So you gotta be able to have those state relationships, all right? So later on, you can have some questions for Jeff. The next person I'm gonna introduce to you is Reverend Al Warner, because one of the things that we found out as we begin to start to try to change things is some things are protected by the law. And if you can't change the law, you ain't gonna change nothing. You know what I'm saying? So it's just the way it is. And so we started trying to change the law back in 2010, 11, 12, around there, because we realized that in Buffalo, we voted on our school, we vote for our school board members, and we used to vote for them in May, okay? When everybody else in the county did. But everybody else in the county had their elections in May because they also vote on their school budget in May. Well, we are a large urban school district. We don't get to vote on our budget. They vote on their budget every year. So they used to come in to vote every year. We had an election once every third and every fifth year. So when it came time for people running for the school board, nobody showed up for the election. We was having school board elections where people was winning with 300 votes for a $1 billion budget. You know what I'm saying? So we decided back then that we was going to try to change it and get more parents involved in the election. But we just couldn't get parents to go out in May. And we realized that the way to get more parents involved was you had the election at the same time that they already going to vote. So why don't we just have the election in November since everybody going to vote in November? But the teachers union said no. They said no. And so for 3 years we got legislation through the assembly, then we got to the Senate, then we even got a bill. But every year the teachers lobby basically came together and shut it down. And so finally, we had a partnership. A local pastor, Pastor William Gillison, came and said, "What are the issues that y'all really dealing with in education?" And so I came and gave him the whole list. And he said, "Okay, let us take on one of these issues." And so the Better Together Coalition came and partnered with us to begin to deal with some of the issues that we dealt with. And I'll let Reverend Al Warner talk a little bit about the Better Together Coalition and how they partnered with us on education and what we were able to get it done. Let's give a round of applause for Reverend Al Warner.
Thank you, Sam, for the opportunity to be part of this. I apologize that I'm joining you from afar, but Deb and I have a funeral that we're part of tomorrow in Poughkeepsie, so I'm tagging in from here. It is a joy to welcome all of you from cities across the state to Buffalo. The name of our group is Better Together, but that's better together within Buffalo. Trust me, we're better together at this table, bigger than Buffalo. We welcome all of you, and what we can do together, as Bishop Badger said so well, where we confront power is part of where I think we can go on this. And working, Sam, with you has been a joy. Better Together formed 10 years ago now, when the late Pastor Gillison from Mount Olive Baptist, Sam, you've already referred to him, an awesome pioneer, spiritual father, and a voice, of mentorship to so many of us. Wanted to know what was happening at the medical campus, so 10 years ago we put together a meeting, and I'll posit it by saying, because of my relationship with Pastor Gillison and my relationship with Matt Enstis, the president and CEO of the Buffalo Niagara Medical Campus, I was able to bridge a meeting. The first thing that Matt offered would speak back to Bishop Badger's point. Matt said, listen, I'd like to go meet Pastor Gillison at his church. Many of you at the table recognize that when people of power set up meetings, others feel like they've been summoned to the throne room, and seldom does the person of power actually go in to a neighborhood and sit at a table with a listening, servant-hearted posture. Matt did that, and that first meeting 10 years ago then began to start us on a course where we brought together a group of pastors, clergy of different racial backgrounds, different denominational backgrounds, Catholic, Protestant, and every month Matt Enstis and us would meet at the medical campus, and we would begin building that group, strong cross-discipline foundations in a format to bring change, including change to structure. Our strength was that as Better Together, we pooled collective wisdom, influence, and numbers. We represented thousands of potential voters between all of our congregations, and that gave us a voice far greater than the number at the table. Matt often reminded us that the only time on the medical campus they saw the people in our neighborhoods was when there was a medical need, occasionally, hopefully. Whereas for the pastors and clergy, we got to touch those in the neighborhood every week. So he saw us as a lifeline that could help him in the medical campus hear the voice of the neighborhoods, and that we could work on employing those in city zip codes at the medical campus. We could help in training them within the medical campus confines. It was an important step, and we built a structure that over the last 10 years has been able to take on effectively and bring change because of the voice collectively that we carried. Better together, greater than any of us singly could be. Matt said in his book, and I recommend his book to you, City Forward, that we need to celebrate small wins. He said small wins are important, they build momentum. Celebrate small victories. Sam, that there have been victories that you and the parents groups have achieved, and you celebrated. But the bigger and better together that we've become, the bigger and better the wins that we've got, and the more we can celebrate. I have a doctorate in city transformation, and as part of that, I taught a course for Niagara University called Rebuilding the City, and I presented Better Together, our group, as a model in that class as part of my dissertation. I believe these kind of groups are literally the seed for changing and transforming cities and structures. It was about 7 years ago when Sam's name came up at Better Together. Many of the pastors had worked with him, but he was really working hard, and within a few weeks at our next meeting, Sam was there and hasn't left us since. And we're grateful, Sam, that you put your shoulder to the wheel collectively with us to help bring the change. You have to understand that what we're looking for is like-minded, servant-hearted, low ego leaders who are willing not to try to get credit and camera time and PR spin, but willing to work hard behind the scenes to bring substantive change to institutions. And I believe we've seen that happen and come together. Couple of other things. So in your cities, I encourage you, as Matt wrote in his book, when looking for activists, consider religious leaders. You may not think of them as activists, but pastors and rabbis and imams and others are already picking up where others leave off. Then he quotes Pastor Gillison, because we're more in tune and in touch with the people, it becomes our responsibility to take the plight of the people to those who do not have the heart of the people, Pastor Gillison said. I believe we're in a time now when if we'll be better together, not just within cities, but across cities, cross-pollinating, city to city, best practices, bringing together leaders that maybe haven't been invited to a table, such as in our case, clergy, but many cross-discipline leaders. And the kind of conversations that we have are focused on something none of us could do by ourselves. Book of Nehemiah, chapter 3, the phrase next to him is used 43 times. Because so-and-so builds, and next to him so-and-so, and next to him so-and-so. Imagine if we were able to see the next to hims across this state. You know, Buffalo building next to Niagara Falls and Lockport. Lockport building next to Batavia and Rochester and Syracuse and Utica and Albany and Binghamton and Jamestown and Olean. Think of all the next to hims. We might become a force to be reckoned with. A force that not only could not be ignored, but could bring new thoughts, new visions, new plans, new dreams to the new cities that I believe God is wanting to help us labor to build together. Thanks, Sam.
So, Reverend Al, if you could just take a second and talk about what happened, how we were able to change the date of the election.
So what happened was that, and Sam, you set it up really well, of course, is that the strength of the unions had kept the school board elections in a situation where a handful of votes of their friends and families could control all the electees. All 9 school board members sort of elected, and many times, as you said, by a sliver of the actual registered voters because nobody turned out on an obscure day. When Better Together came together, we decided that we'd already had small wins and been celebrating those, but we decided that, and Sam, you've done this well, start small, bite size, get some wins under your belt, and then go bigger. By this time, we'd been meeting, we started in 2015, by 2018 is when you joined us, Sam. We were ready to take on something bigger. We had enough of an organization. Matt Enstis was part of the Chamber of Commerce, and so there's a lot of business contacts and people behind us, and the clergy, and those in education, Sam, parents groups, et cetera, et cetera. So we really did have momentum and size to take on something bigger. So in this case, we decided that the school board needed the election date changed to where we could really get participation. Number 2, it needed, when was the last time there had been an increase in salary, Sam?
1972.
Just listen to this, 1972, there had not been a change in salary for school board participation, and we felt we needed to raise the salary. And number 3, how many signatures on petitions to get on the ballot, Sam?
500 for a district and 1,000 for the citywide.
And we decided that that was all rigged toward the power people staying in office. So if we could get petition signatures lessened, salary increased, and date changed, those 3 things, we felt we could change the outcome of who would have a fair shot at actually winning. And we now have had, for the first time in my memory, Sam, Buffalo Teachers Federation endorsed candidates win school board seats. Is that correct, Sam?
Well, other than Kyle Palladino and them, but yeah.
But talk about an outlier. That would be an outlier, yes. And I think we've established a pattern now of such, remind the group, Sam, of the increased percentage-wise of voters in some of those elections in the last few years now.
Yeah, and I'll take it from here, Reverend Al, but the point is, it couldn't be done without that large coalition. So let's give a big round of applause for Reverend Al. And so what we did is for example, the only contested race in the last election where we can measure the success of our change of the date, there was 800 voters, 800 people voted in the election before in the West District race. This last election, 9,800 people voted. So we went from 800 people voting in the election so it's like an 800% increase, which we had said the whole time. We knew more parents would participate if you did it at the time when parents did it. But because people benefited from keeping it the old way, they just blocked it. But we understood that they had a strong coalition. We just had to be part of a bigger coalition. And so when we had the business community, we had the clergy with us, we got parent groups with us, we got part of a bigger coalition. And so then we got it past the state legislature, we got it past the Senate, and then we got the governor, it got on the governor's desk. And we didn't even understand this at the time. The governor has to sign it in order for it to become a law, in order for it to change. They lobbied the governor to not sign the paper. And if the governor don't sign it, Jeff, what happens if the governor don't sign a piece of legislation?
Gets thrown away, nothing.
So, but then the governor only, it's a certain amount of time. Yeah, so the governor can just let it sit there. She don't have to, take any action. She just let it sit there. So they was trying to get her to not take any action. We thought we had already won. We literally got the legislature, both the Senate and the legislature to vote to approve it. It got to the governor's desk, so we thought, okay, this is done. All she got to do is sign it. And she wouldn't sign it, because of the pressure that the teachers union was putting on her. And so we had to now go to our friends in the business community, our friends in the clergy community, and call Pastor Gillis and them, and they started making calls too. Then the people called the governor. And before we know it, we was talking to the governor, and before we know it, the law got passed, and they changed the date. But if you don't have friends, you don't have that kind of coalition, you're dealing with people with real power to maintain their power. And people don't jump when it comes to that. And so we went from changing the date, then we moved, we had a huge increase in turnout. Then we moved the amount of signatures you need to get on the ballot, because that's how they was preventing parents from running for office. We couldn't get on the ballot. So we were able to get the amount of signatures decreased from 1,000 to 400, which was much more reasonable for a citywide race. From Wendy shake her head because Wendy's trying to get on the ballot. Wendy's running for office twice. We couldn't get our parents on the ballot because when we would get the signatures, they would just come up with technicalities and throw us off. And so we figured out how to counter that again with the partnership that we had with the Better Together Coalition, and we were able to now get it down to you only need 200 signatures, so to get on a ballot in the district race. And then it was not practical to ask a parent to be on a school board because you got compensated $5,000 a year to be on a school board. Like in Rochester, I think y'all get 2/3 of whatever a city council member get paid.
75% of whatever city council.
Yeah, 75% of what the city. So about $28,000 now. So in Buffalo, you was getting $5,000 to be on the school, which means you were paying to be on the school board. Because by the time you pay for parking, your gas, going to and from, when it was all said and done, you were paying to be on the school board. You know what I'm saying? And parents couldn't do that. That's an unrealistic ask for a working parent or a parent to do that. So we worked with Better Together Coalition, and we raised that all the way up to it's $32,000 now. $32,000 would be on the school board. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
I realize I haven't kept up with, but I have a question. Do you guys have a C4 here that you work with to help run candidates? Because it's expensive to run a campaign.
Yes, so different organizations. We don't have a C4. I mean, when we say we, like DPCC, but Urban Think Tank.
Is there a established C4 that you can partner with?
Yeah. So Education Trust has a C4, right?
No, we don't.
Oh, well, who brought it? Who was that? That was Education Trust brought them here, but who was the group that was supporting candidates? Was it Education?
Was it DFER, maybe?
DFER, yeah, it was DFER. DFER came in. Yeah, DFER, when they first got to New York, you know what I'm saying, like early 2019, 2020, that area, before the pandemic. Wow. So they came to help support, but again, it was so tilted that it didn't work. So either way it goes, we now got it to, this is really the first, this election that's coming up this year. We got it to where it's realistic that you can mobilize and you can organize. A parent group could mobilize and organize, get 200 signatures, and then if you get somebody elected, they could actually be on the school board and participate in a meaningful way without, spending 30, 40 hours a week and you ain't getting but $5,000 to do that, you know what I'm saying? But again, that would have never happened without a partner like that. You know what I'm saying? You had to have, when you start messing with Goliath, you gotta have a Goliath in there with you. And they brought that in there with them. So let's give them a round of applause for that. And then, without partnership, one of the key partnerships, and we're gonna talk about this partnership twice, right? Is the higher ed. You know what I'm saying? That has really been another game changer for us. If we would not have the partnership of higher ed to bring in all the ways that higher ed, I mean, literally the research for the things that we're doing, to just facilities like this. I mean, the higher ed partner is beyond, is a price you cannot really understand. When you understand that I think there are 12 colleges at the University of Buffalo, and I think when we first set up the task force, I think like 8 of the colleges was represented on the task force. I mean, these are people that showed up. But their associate dean of community engagement is Will Green, who is also one of the co-conveners of the Western New York Education Equity Task Force. So let's give a round of applause for Will Green. And so we'll talk about higher ed and higher ed's partnership with, as a community. And Will is a community, like a person that's other from our community. We knew Will long before he worked for the University of Buffalo, and so he had credibility in our community. So for him to be that community engagement person says a lot to us as a community. The higher ed picked somebody that we knew and we got a relationship with to be able to have impact. But talk about, what higher ed has been able to do in partnership with us.
Yeah, y'all can hear me, right? Yeah. So I don't know. I'm just gonna go with it, right?
My check.
You ever heard the saying, "Better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it"? Right. So you talk about coalition building, and it's all these people coming together. And Sam told you, like, I was doing work in the community. We talked last night. I've been an educator, a teacher in the community. I taught adult ed. I worked in not-for-profit areas. So I've made a ton of different connections all across the board. And, listening to the conversation last night and, somebody mentioned, like, I just want to burn it down. I feel you on that. But before we can burn it down, we got to have an army that we can put together to help with those tasks. So when it does get burned down, we can rebuild it. When I came into the role, one of the key things that was given to me was that on a federal level, the current president at that time, Joe Biden, had put down the Million Mentors Initiative. Have you heard of that? And that was where he said, due to the COVID epidemic, we need to increase partnership among colleges and universities and K through 12 school districts, right? So that gets kicked down. They increase the funding for federal work study. I think there's a component where they have to do community-based work. It was 7.5%. They doubled it to about 15%, where the funding that goes into work study dollars has to be dedicated to community initiatives. Then this task force has a close relationship with the superintendent for Buffalo Public Schools and a close relationship with superintendent for Erie Wombosis. And then a conversation centered around, well, what can we do to help support accelerated learning in schools K through 12? And the ask was, well, can you create a tutoring program, virtual, in-person, on campus, and so on campus at UB and in schools, right? So we looked at, well, what's the most difficult task? The virtual piece, all right? I came into the role, and this is where we kind of get to that coalition building thing. Because I had so many different connections prior to coming here, I just started pulling pieces to the puzzle together. The first thing I knew from my background in working in community-based organizations is that you never want to get someone in front of a child who hasn't been screened and vetted, all right? In order to do that, you have to spend money, right? I knew of an organization, New York State Mentoring, that would provide free fingerprinting, that we could use to fingerprint all of our candidates for free. And once they're fingerprinted, they're in the system. If something happens, they get a hit and we are notified. So that was the first thing. Then I wanted to look at, okay, we want to do tutoring in Buffalo, New York and surrounding suburban areas. They need to understand the student population because, to be honest, University of Buffalo, the student demographic is not super diverse. So we may have some students from suburban areas working with students from urban areas. And what we don't want them coming in and saying is, you live in such a horrible place, I'm gonna help you escape. Right. No, we want them to understand that, no, we wanna keep our best and brightest in these communities. They understand what's valuable about the communities so they can help uplift the communities. So we had to add a culturally responsive and relevant approach and training to what we did for the tutors. And we did that based on community people or folks from the community who already did this work. We identified some funding from the teacher residency program, and they were already doing work around culturally responsive teaching. So we roll all these things in together. There's so many other partnerships that were involved, but when we first started talking about what the program was and what it could be, I didn't know that we would pull those resources. You have to be able to keep those connections going even when you don't need them. So when the time comes, it doesn't seem like you only showing up when you need something. Keeping people involved, that is one of the primary, I think, strengths of this task force, is that if folks don't show up, we're not hounding you to show up. We share the information, and when it's time for you to show up, you can show up and participate. I think that's the biggest thing that should be communicated to you guys. You'll be the focal points, but each one of you have your own networks with individuals that can be very useful for the goals you're trying to achieve for this work of creating an equitable education system in Rochester. So this is our, I started in 23. So this is our second year of operating. We call it Brainy Bulls, the virtual tutor mentoring program. We employed in 24-25 academic year, we hired, onboarded, screened, fingerprinted 83 tutor mentors. And we want to do more. We got an increase from our own budget from Federal Work Study from $200,000 to $250,000. So it shows that the students are using the hours. We've also been able to work with over 300 students from across Western New York. I would love to see that number grow, right? But it's one step at a time. There's also another key stat. So we do only work with virtual setting, 5th through 12th graders, but I want to put you onto something real quick. So UB is really involved in AI, right? We just recently received a award of $10 million, a $10 million grant, in which we partner with Buffalo Public Schools and Erie One BOCES to focus on using AI to promote literacy for students in kindergarten through 4th grade. That's the piece that we're missing. So once they are able to get that system up and running, and it's super cool, right? It is not just the computer doing all the work. It is a system that communicates with human beings. The system learns how you talk. The system learns about what you know about the world, and it uses that information to create tools to increase literacy. Now, I am not an AI person, but that's about as plain as I can make it for you, okay? Once we have that in place, then we can begin to roll that in our virtual tutoring program. So once again, better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. We're just waiting for that element to grow. What does this require? Basically changing the way your brain works, so when you go to sleep, all the answers start coming into your head. You wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning, you write them down, and then you try to go back to sleep. It's always staying on point. Like, you guys have the commitment, but it's tying in the commitment to daily in and out. Hey, how you doing? What are you up to? What do you do? Oh, this is what I'm into. And trying to roll people in. So they know who you are, they know what you're about, they know what you represent, and when it's time to be activated, you can be the one to activate them. Just like that, done.
Yes, and so, I mean, I cannot tell you the significance of this partnership with higher education. And just think about, again, where we were going. We want all of our kids to read, write, math, and do math on grade level, graduate college, career ready. So, in suburban communities, all their kids are not necessarily, able to do that without help of tutors. You know what I'm saying? They do what they got to do to make sure their kids get what they need. Our kids, we're not always able to afford those tutors. We're not always able to have those tutors. So to get the higher ed to come in and say, listen, for anybody who need a tutor, anybody who need a tutor, 5th through 12th grade, on what subjects?
All the core subjects.
Any core subject, you got access to a tutor. So we want to build that into where we're going, our goal. So for the higher ed to come in and say, okay, we'll do that with work study. Then we have Read to Succeed Buffalo, who we are partnering with, who did it with the pre-K through the 3rd graders, you know what I'm saying? Now we got a new group coming in, the Read Alliance coming in, who is going to be also doing it with young kids. So the point is, we now are driving this conversation about making sure all of our kids can read. It's not going to happen quick, not going to happen overnight. But we're not sitting around waiting for somebody else to come do it for us. We're figuring out what we can do. We're working with who willing to work with us, and we're moving the agenda so that we're going to look up at some point and all of our kids are going to be able to read, write, and do math on grade level. We don't know when that point is, but we're going to be working on it every day until that point. All right? So now you cannot do this work under no circumstances without partnerships on the school board. I mean, at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, the school board is who makes the policy. You know what I'm saying? The superintendent ultimately is the one who implements the policy. That is the educational leader of your district. The person who chooses that person is our school board, right? So without school board partnership, you're not going to move any policy agenda. You know what I'm saying? So for example, one of the issues that was a priority to us was being able to get parents reimbursed when we couldn't get, when they were taking their kids to and from school because the bus wasn't taking them. You know what I'm saying? We couldn't have got that policy passed, that parent reimbursement program, without school board members. I mean, and so we are honored to have with us today the president of the Buffalo Board of Education, Dr. Kelly Evans Brown. Let's give Dr. Brown a hand. So Dr. Brown, why don't you share what you think is the importance of the partnership with parents and community groups like the task force?
Okay, so good morning, good afternoon. I am the new president as of January of this year. But I've been on the board, thank you, I've been on the board for, this is my 6th year. I'm on boss, I would imagine, okay, and I'm brought. And like Bishop Badger said, I have to be careful because I can be fired of what I say. But the impetus for me coming on the board was my boys. I'm a boy mom of 5 sons, 3 biological and 2 step sons. So they were always, anywhere I go, I took them. I worked at the University of Buffalo for about 12 years, so programs like Upward Bound, STEP, Liberty Partnerships, etc. That was my work. And so when I looked at, kids staying out of trouble, for example, I kept them busy from the time they got up to the time they went to bed, and we started all over, okay? And so they were successful in graduating from Buffalo Public Schools, whether it was Hutch Tech, South Park, Buffalo Performing Arts, Burgard, and Turner Carroll. So they all, that was non-negotiable that they were at least going to get out of high school and go on to whatever it was. So they all did go to college. But my point is, when I was mothering, it was important that when I advocated for children, I didn't just advocate for mine, I advocated for all children. And that's still the same being a school board member. Being a school board member was not on my radar, but I'm here, and it's been 6 years. So when we advocate on behalf of governing, we're the governing body. As Sam mentioned, we do set policy for the superintendent, so the superintendent can drive, that request. So we're in the throes now of searching for a new superintendent, and I do have you to know that we have some great candidates who have applied. So we're in the search for that. And Sam, I forgot what your question was.
Just the important partnership with the community and parents.
Okay, so the importance of parent involvement. So we have a group called the Parent Congress, for example, and they consist, I think Ed mentioned it earlier, he broke it down to the various subsidies of those groups. I think it's important for parents who aren't involved formally in those groups to be reached out to. I always believe that even with my job, my full-time job that pays me, Buffalo Urban League, we get referrals from, we have a partnership with Erie County Department of Social Services, right? And so a lot of those referrals that come in consist of things like educational neglect, meaning that kids aren't coming to school. They could be, I've seen a couple where 10-year-olds are dictating when they're gonna come to school. I've seen where you have 11 to 12-year-olds who are missing 40 days of school, right? And they're, just empowering the parents to do better, take back their power, because, in some of our homes, and people don't want to talk about it, children are running the home, okay? So in terms of parents, we need, these parent collaborations to work with some of the parents who may not necessarily understand the importance. We need parents, these parent groups, to reach out to parents who may not necessarily know that it's important to engage in these kind of initiatives. We need, it's so many parents that want to be involved, and I don't know how to reach them. I think you guys are better at doing that. I don't know. I think in our schools, we need prayer. We need, and I'm looking at a way of, trying to get our ministers and churches in there. And I'm gonna give you a little story. So, I used to be a substitute teacher when I was working on my doctorate, and I've been over in many of the schools. And so, of course, we have our favorite schools, but this one was my favorite, and it's right on the east side. And I was called to do a long-term substitute term, right? And I said, so who is the teacher aide in that building with me? Because they wanted me to come from from the beginning of the year until June. That's a long time. And so I had worked with this particular aide for some time, and I used to come in early and see her just wiping down the doorknobs, wiping down the doors, the desks of every student, etc. And I'm like, oh, that's really strange. So one day I said to her, what are you doing? She said, I'm wiping these doors down with oil. And I'm like, okay, right? And so when they called me for this long-term assignment, I wanted to know who the aide was. But I found out it was her. I was like, I'll take it, right? And I took it because in that class, it was a group of special ed kids, 10 males and 2 females, seventh or eighth grade. I was like, I'll take it. So when I first went in the first day, people meeting other teachers, they were looking at me like, I can't believe you. They didn't say it, But they were like, I can't believe you taking this class. And so I came back the next day. Oh, you came back? I was back. But the bottom line was those children needed she and I at that time. I have not been formally trained as a teacher, but I said to those young people, you do what I ask you to do, the work, then I can do what you want me to do, right? And they were just unbelievable. And I'm gonna give you another example with that same class, and this was happening in Buffalo Public Schools. So there was an assembly, and they were calling all the classes, the room numbers, etc. And I'm looking at the kids like, they didn't call our class yet. So I called downstairs and asked them why they didn't call our number, or had they planned to. They said, oh no, we don't invite them. And I said, what do you mean you don't invite them? I said, we're here and we're coming, okay? So we lined up, and I said to those boys, you're gonna listen to me, you're gonna, you're gonna behave, gave them the riot act, and we went down. Another time, there was one of those trucks that sell the ice cream or snow cone, whatever. They never went out there, but I took them. You know what I'm saying? So it happens. A lot of times you're not in there. It does happen. And I don't believe it changed much. So that, again, was the impetus of me coming on the school board. Yes, ma'am.
Out of all that you just said, the biggest factor that you gave away was the respect you gave to that child. So when you talk to them kids, you gave them respect. So in return, they gave you respect back.
Absolutely.
And people forget this as adults, that we need to respect these kids. Just because we made it past them, don't mean that we supposed to get all this respect that's due. No, you gotta give respect to get respect. So if you put it on an even playing field with these children, they understand it. Talk to them. Some of them just need someone to talk to. You get a better understanding when you communicate. But we as people, we don't communicate right amongst ourselves. So how are we supposed to communicate with these kids?
Amen.
Amen.
Let's give a round of applause to Dr. Kathy Evans Brown. And so finally, what I want to do, the last person on our panel, you want to comment?
I did.
Yeah, go ahead.
My takeaway was the fact that they were leaving your classroom, like not including them. Children cannot learn to be included if they're never included.
Wow.
And so that right there was already, that's my takeaway, and that's something that I would like to see not happen in our schools. Like we should be having everybody included as often and as much as possible, because that is also a part of teaching them. You're teaching them how to be with other people. You're teaching them social skills. You're giving them, you're embedding a lot more into them by pulling them in and having that headache the first couple of times, because things will get better than leaving them by themselves and just hoping that one day they'll mature or they'll know how to go somewhere and behave themselves. So that was my takeaway, because I too experienced that my first year in the district, and I fought just like you did, because I ain't with it either.
Amen.
Thank you.
All right. So give a round of applause. Thank you. So last person I'm going to bring is one of the things we learned is that with parent leadership, here's one of your biggest challenges. Here's one of the biggest reasons why you're not able to bring groups of parents in and be consistently bringing them in, is because when your child graduates, what happens to your participation?
It goes away because you don't focus on that area no more.
So what happens is when you go sit at the table with the administration, with the teachers union, with the board members, with the superintendent, all of them are in their career. They're going to be there 5, 10, 20, 30 years. So you're always negotiating with seasoned people. And so then when it comes to the parent, the most active parents are generally the ones who have little children. They just now get into the conversation. And they're dealing with people that have been in the conversations for a long time. So what we decided to do is, after I was done as being my term as District Parent Coordinating Council, we wanted to keep, an active parent group that was supporting that we not parents active in the district no more, but we support the parents who are active in the district. So we created a group called We the Parents. All right, we the parents meaning we the taxpaying parents. You know what I'm saying? Got something to say, in support of the parents. You know what I'm saying? And it was about having an intergenerational conversation. And we wanted to make sure that we could say stuff parents couldn't say because they were retaliating against parents. You heard what Jessica and Wendy and Ed was saying. They retaliate against people who challenge the system. Our kids is out. We can say it. Tell us what the issues is. The teachers bring us issues, and we can say that or say those things. But you have to have people who are willing to do it. You have to have people who won't bite their tongue. You know what I'm saying? So we put together a group called We the Parents. Queen Halima, they call her Bernard, we call her Queen Halima, and We the Parents. So Queen Halima was one of the co-chairs with We the Parents, and it was really about, we have a radio show, but it's really about making sure we kept an intergenerational conversation and we continue to support parents and parent groups, even when our kids wasn't in school, and some of them were, kids were still in school, because Queen Halima still had kids in school. So Queen Halima, talk to us a little bit about your work with We the Parents and We the Parents support of what was going on with parents and parent groups.
Okay, all right. Greetings, everyone. Want to just start out by saying thank you. Everyone able to hear me? Yes. Okay. Want to just acknowledge a few things. Want to start out by saying that my background, first of all, is me and Brother Sam went over everything that we worked together with over the years. It would be like midnight when we got out of here. So I'm not going to go drive down that lane, number one. Number two, want to say that most of my background, and I won't be going into that today totally, is in early childhood education. In child care. So if any of you all feel like while I'm, speaking, and I will be engaging with you, because working in early childhood education, I move, but if you want to swing your chair, if you want to get up, stand up, put your mind, body, and soul into anything that you hear being said. I heard snaps, I heard claps. If you want to say amen, teach, preach, truth, tell that truth. Whatever it is, you want to shake yourself or whatever, please do that. And want to acknowledge the panelists that came even before this panel and all the brothers and Queen Mother who just went, because after that, I really don't know what else to say. They said it all. And even the sisters that got together last night, you all really fired us up. I was taking like bad notes in my phone that I still have. But what I want to start out by saying is that, no, I'm going to start with you and end on our children, and I really won't be very long. First of all, with everybody here, by virtue, and I'm speaking from within my skin, historically and culturally, by virtue of being a woman, by virtue within my skin of being an African woman, and by virtue of being a mother, please raise your hand, all the mothers that are here. Okay. Now, let's establish at the outset, those of you who did not raise your hand, and include yourselves in, please, fathers, and happy Father's Day in advance, right? We are all mothers that come from who we are as African people, as mothers and kings and queens of civilization. We are one. So we have to remove the dynamic that had been put on our heads. Like I even had to tell myself, my son's graduating on June 26th. Well, my parent involvement is over. as African mothers, as women who are mothers, it's never over, is it? It's never over. So when you look at me and talk to me as an advocate, as a teacher, as a reacher, or anything, there is no finality here. As long as we are women, we are the founders of civilization. We give birth. Without it, there will be none. So you will address me as so. What does that mean? As an advocate, as a woman, African woman, as women, period, as mothers, now we're all mothers, and as parents, fathers too. Every day you're an advocate. Every moment you advocate. Some of us already talked about having a child, my own included, I have an IEP. Oh my goodness, when do you not advocate? If you went to, I don't know, well, we're boycotting, but I'll mention that anyway. If you went to Walmart today or anywhere, you know, oh yeah, Family Dollar, you advocated, honey. You did it. So it's naturally who we are. And as women, when, especially, I'm speaking in my skin, brothers, please don't feel isolated. But as women, when do we not partner? We partner from the moment we wake up. And I like to say, even when we sleep, we got a partner. The baby, cried, who had to get up? You know? I mean, there's never a moment, historically or even now, that we do not partner. So all the work that you are doing is a beloved work, is a labor of love, but never feel that you are outside of yourself, that somebody has to tell you the work that you need to be doing. You already know. You define the work, because you are the work. Advocacy is who we already are. Parents, mothers of civilization, we don't question, it's what we are. It never stops. Aunts, cousins, all of that. Godmothers, godparents, it never stops. So, you know, now that we have that established, love the love, keep doing that love. We need it. We need it. And if anyone else feels that, please bring that love. Why? Because it's who we are, naturally. So moving on, you know, in the spirit of partnership, my part after, now that we've established that, the rest of this is going to go fast, and then I'm gonna leave you with a formula. Brother Sam wanted me to speak about how through We the Parents, just this past March, we had something called a teen hall. We didn't want to call it a town hall, we called it a teen hall, because we wanted to bring all the teens together, because they, you know, have a voice too. Like I said, I'm in early childhood. I have a teenage son, but my goodness, I'm still learning like how to do this. Okay, but in the cell phone issue, which I learned is a greater issue from that teen hall, was really and still is very hot. And what we noticed was that the, you know, in the spirit of being a woman, because we have wounds, whether you've biologically given birth or not. Our children did not have a voice in this. And we did not just want the teens to be heard. We wanted them to be engaged and involved in the decision-making as far as we could. So in the spirit of partnership, I'll just read off the Education Equity Task Force, University of Buffalo Teacher Residency Program, which I was employed, BOCES, my brother's keeper, the Board of Education, we the parents, and UB, Graduate School of Education, and many others came together. Oh, and of course, Brother Will, was a part of our subcommittee. Ed, I guess he left. Spadell, we're all a part of a subcommittee for the Equity Task Force, Education Equity Task Force. And we, from November, I believe it was November, all the way to March, met every week to come up with this experience. And as we came up with agenda and resources and transportation and food and everything, we knew that we could not even finalize the agenda unless we met with a group of students to look at that whole thing and let us know what should be on the agenda, what is it we need to cover and talk about, what about the flow, what about the food, everything involved our children. And even when we got together finally and ran the program, it was for teens, by teens, all of the adults. What did we do? We were there to support their lead. We listened. We engaged. They led us. And what that ultimately led to, we listened to them speak independently. They also work interdependently in groups because they were from different parts of New York State, of Western New York. And even in listening to each other, communities communities hearing other communities. Even within the school district, what took place in suburban schools regarding cell phones and technology and the like was different from urban, was different from Buffalo, and so all of that was an alignment and an enlightenment, and it led to 4 agreements that really ended up being 6, all from our children, on what we should do. None of the teens at the teen hall said that they were against cell phone regulation. None of them said they were totally for a bell-to-bell ban either. And so they were the ones who came forward with, well, what if some of my classmates don't speak English? They need their cell phone for a translation. We had a person from the governor's office there. That needed to be considered. Students with IEPs must have that to get through their day and engage in learning. How can it be used in not just cell phone technology? And that's what educated us as well. There's a difference between cell phone usage and online internet technology, now AI. So we can send you, so I don't take too long, we can email you a list of those 6 agreements. We just received the statement for Buffalo Public School District yesterday regarding cell phone. Here it has to be a bell to bell. However, it does acknowledge that they can be used for students of other languages, for IEPs and special need purposes. Also, now it's not even called the cell phone policy anymore. I wrote it down. It's, well, when I find it again, because I'm losing it, but I believe it's called distraction. How to be...
Distracted-free learning?
Yeah, distracted-free learning. Why? Because it's just not realistic to take away all technology. And it's just not realistic to punish a student because their parent called and all they did was go like this, because that's what was happening. And like Brother Sam says many times, even before this cell phone thing, and yes, you know, like I said, our children said, it's been in the middle of some conflicts and terrible stuff. But with the conflict that happened and the terrible stuff, what is it, even before a cell phone, it was still happening? What do we do to work with that and work with our children? So finally, and then they said they even gave us future. They told us, well, when we have teen hall next year, oh, we having one next year? Okay. You know, we want to focus on AI and internet technology, because that's different from cell phone, and that's really good. They feel that's going to surpass cell phone usage.
It is gonna surpass it. It is the next biggest thing.
Mhm.
And all, not to be racist, but all the Caucasian kids are getting on it. All the Penfields, all the Fairports, everybody is getting on AI. I took a year of AI in school, so when I say it is the next big thing, it is the next big thing, and our kids need to learn it now so that they can get ahead of the game.
Right, and use it, and that's where they said a training should be taking place, K through 12 every year on internet. Right now they said cell phone, internet, AI etiquette, and etiquette and training. So that should be taking place because it's constantly changing. So they say you all need to, what you can give us, you know, educate us or enrich us and listen to us too on how to handle this stuff when we're within school walls. Finally, you all, I want to leave you with this formula. Please, you know, write down a letter that means the most to you when it comes to being a woman, activist, advocate, parent, all of that. You know, what you all are doing, what us collectively, right, are doing is taking action. So remember this acronym. A, advocacy is always necessary. That's A. C, in the word action, civil right and a human right. Everything that you're doing for our children, for education, is a civil right and a human right. It's who you are. It's not a privilege. Nobody that you meet with is doing you a favor. This is who you are. It's not, I'll keep going. Also, T, take action now. That now is defined by you, by ready. When are you ready? You all keep defining ready. You all say what's ready, what's not ready. It's okay to not be ready now. You all determine when the now, when the ready is. All right? When the ready and willing is. Don't let anybody else do that for you, or you'll be running on a hamster wheel. You know, I is next. I am not alone, ever. Like we said, we are women. We give birth to civilization. So when are we ever alone? When are we ever without our children? Even though media and everything want to define that and tell us we're without our children. We're doing wrong. You're going outside yourself. You're talking too much and too loud. You're not speaking feminine. Well, my goodness, if you were born, isn't that enough, being born? Isn't that enough? And we can learn from each other, you know. And then O is own your own seat at the table. Nobody has to give you anything. Why? Because we already agree it's naturally who you are. You're already an advocate. You're already a partner. You constantly partner. So Queen Nzinga, you can look her up, wonderful woman. When she came with her army, they didn't want to give her a table, the Dutch. So her soldiers, they got on all fours and She sat down on their backs and made her own space at the table. And really, what is most important, build your own table. Because when you do that, then people get nosy. What's she doing over there?
They sure do, don't they?
Yeah, that happens at work too, don't it? It can happen in church, it can happen in your spiritual organization. What they talking about, you know? So, and then finally, never ever give up or give in. Like you've heard throughout today, many victories, but on the way to those victories, really, as women, we are victory already. Nobody defines that for you. You all being here now, being ready, is victory. You woke up today, is victory. Nobody defines that for you. But if something you made a date for a goal and it didn't go through at that time, the theme throughout here, don't go away. You will not be quiet. You will not disappear. Ever. Just go back to the drawing board. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. The birthing process is 9 months. And some of us only did it once. God bless you all that can do that stuff. You know, 3, 4, 5, 6 times, 14 brothers. And that's a blessing. That's a blessing. And he's Godfather to my son. So otherwise, you know, that's the end of what I got to say, because I'm more of a question and answer person. You know, so Asante Sana, which means thank you. Ashe, which you heard me say, which means it is so. We are here, we are affirmed.
Thank you. All right, thank you. And let's give a big round of applause to that panel. So we are going to get ready to break for lunch, but before you break for lunch, I'm going to ask everybody first to, if you can, open up the QR code and just type the QR code, the place open well? The QR, the parking lot is open?
Parking lot is open, yeah.
So if you can go in the parking lot and just share what your takeaways are, all right? Share these takeaways in terms of who we got to partner with, how we got to partner. Any of your takeaways, you know what I'm saying? Anybody got any questions or comments before we get ready for lunch? Any questions or comments from this panel before we get ready for lunch? So I'm gonna ask, I'm gonna just do a quick, is our lunch ready?
Been ready.
Okay. No, it looked like, I know Amanda was working on it, so I'm assuming it, because I don't see either one of them that is ready. But while we wait for one of them to come back in the room, what's your takeaway? What's your takeaway from this panel?
That children are not alone, and that support them, and gonna be parents, even if like your kid don't have the same issue. Like some parents, like the dude was telling me, like his kid had autism, so like now all the kids with autism, like get the same support and help.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Next.
My takeaway from the panel is that it takes a village to get things done, and even if you know the strongest one person can't do very much, but together, you know, the more you unite, the more you network, the bigger you become, the stronger you become, and it helps you get your resolution, like whatever that is. Like the more people you get on board, the stronger you get, the thicker you get, the harder it is. Like they can turn one person away, but they're not gonna turn 10, and they're not gonna turn 20, they're not gonna, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, that was my takeaway.
That's it, roll your arms, you know what I'm saying? What's your takeaway from this panel?
My takeaway was change is already in the process because that change is here and now.
Amen.
My takeaway is I have hope. Being someone just coming into, I'm in my second year of university, and to see all the work that's being done has just been hopeful.
Partnership, collaboration is key. Can't do it by yourself.
Ain't no way, it ain't happening by yourself.
I like what all the ladies say, how collaboration and you just partner with everybody and it takes a village.
right. So takeaway.
My takeaway is I was given some enlightenment as it relates to the cell phone in the classroom, because I always was against that. But after hearing about the IEPs and English as your second language, I do have a different viewpoint on that.
There you go. Thank you.
For me, I was thankful to hear a person from the board member. I was thankful to have a pastor here. Someone from, like you said, New York State. Guys, I love the diversity. I love having that. I love having a woman, like you said, just speaking on our kids and speaking highly of being an advocate, being part of the advocacy, and then being on the other board. It's two different legs. I love it. What my takeaway is, Candace, you got to see that at the table. Keep making it in your organizations. I love collaborating, so that's the biggest one.
Awesome. Thank you.
To echo some of what's already been said, collaboration is so important. No progress happens in a silo, and so the relationships are very important. And to continue to be in community with others and support each other, even if it's not directly related. Down the road, you never know where that collaboration and that relationship can take you.
Excellent.
Well, I said I'm enough, and I'm an advocate. I'm in a space, I don't need a degree, but as long as I believe in my cause and I'm fighting for that cause, I believe that I'm enough. And I'm definitely going to collaborate and use resources that I can, get to and access. But I think in this world, too many times as parents, it's overwhelming to get to know what you have to do, get through the steps, get through the laws and policies and this. But I just want to say, yes, you are enough. You just keep doing what you're doing and don't feel so overwhelmed.
That's great. Yes. I mean, just take your time. It'll happen. Everything you'll know, you'll get to know when it's time to know it.
Okay, so my takeaway. Before I burn it down, I need to have a dedicated army.
You outed yourself. I don't know why you said that.
When you said that, she was like,
They had already ready to rebuild it. That's excellent.
Gotta trust the process.
Trust it.
And we have not, because we ask not. And sometimes it can be a fight, but a good fight, not always a bad fight. And like I said again, as long as I got breath in my body, I'm fighting for all the children on these streets.
in a good way.
Yeah.
In a good way. In a good way.
Such thing as they say is good trouble.
Good trouble.
Good trouble.
Good trouble.
I'll have to say persistence. Like, we have to realize that this is a marathon and not a sprint. It's going to take time, but as long as we are persisting and consistently, recognizing those smaller wins, which could simply be partnership and collaboration, just tables like this, we're on the right track.
Right.
It is right to say that we are stronger together, because there are some times when someone's tired and someone else has to step up, and you get to take turns. And one who's
That's
tired.
right.
Woo. Amen.
Big pause.
I am sitting with mobilization as possible. And so being a plant or an import to the current community, coming from this location, I'm encouraged that mobilization is possible.
Yes.
With very small steps. So I've already ordered the city forward about some of the language that he used and how to mobilize that in this space.
All right. There we go.
I think across all morning, I just keep thinking about how change feels like hard and it takes forever. But when you look back to the things that seemed like the status quo 10, 15, 5 years ago, we have actually come a long way. And it's through that connection, that collaboration, that leads to transformation.
All right. Okay. Let's give yourself a round of applause. so it's 1 o'clock now. I'm gonna ask if everybody can, everybody go get your lunch, take a break, and if you can come back about 1:25 so we can just kind of have a working lunch, but just get a break, get some.
Are we coming back over here to these tables, or are we going to them tables?
We're gonna go back over to them tables, and then we will talk about during the lunch. We'll talk about our Buffalo wins, the pieces that we weren't able to do this morning. I'll connect all those pieces this during the lunchtime. So if everybody. Okay. All right. So real quickly, why don't y'all say what the Burke Center is and what information y'all got?
First of all, thank you so much for allowing us to come today. My name is Ava, and this is Leslie, and we're here from the Burke organization, which stands for Buffalo United Resiliency Center. We're located at 1140 Jefferson, and we are currently doing a community resource to the community. So if you are in need of housing, shelter, yeah, that's housing, assistance with any basic needs that you have, our agency will be able to link you up with the systems that are in place in the organizations to assist. We have brought a few things here to share with you as it relates to the things that we do and the programs that we house. We are up under the Buffalo Urban League, okay? So we have a lot of things that you guys can take. So if you have family members or community members that may need these resources, please feel free to take one of everything and share them with the people that you see daily.
Does that go for the Rochester people? Do y'all help?
This is Erie County, Buffalo. We don't have anything for Rochester or Syracuse or any of those other
I just
small
want to make
places.
sure we're specific on our areas.
Community in Buffalo, okay? So please feel free. We ask that you please sign in so that my supervisor would know that I didn't waste my day. Okay? I did speak to somebody about what we did, okay? Thank you so much.
All right, 125 over here, everybody. That wasn't good as the good morning, y'all. So good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. I know y'all done ate now. I'm saying everybody. Right. So again, we want to come back to our theme about seeing what's possible, and y'all specifically asked that we make sure that we get you in contact with parents who are actually doing the work, the community people that we were working with. And y'all wanted to hear about some of our wins. And so on this, I'm going to share, in this kind of our working lunch. So if you're still eating, that's no problem. I'm going to share with you some of our wins, some of the things we have been able to accomplish over the years, and kind of give you a little timeline of that. But then we're going to end with our last panel, and that's really going to talk about what we're doing now. And who we're doing it with and how we're doing it. You know what I'm saying? So that really puts into context everything that, is happening and why it's happening. We want to, a lot of times when you go to workshops or you go to conferences, people are just talking at you, saying things. You don't know if they're true or not true. It's just kind of making it seem like better than it really was. And I know as a parent leader, that don't help. You know what I'm saying? It don't help. You know what I'm saying? You're getting information, people trying to just, big things up, and it ain't covering how they really happen. So what we trying to do is trying to make sure you could actually talk to the people. We show you pictures, we show you video, so these things that we talk about really happen, right? So one of the key points where things turn for us, where we got people's attention and we kept their attention, is when we had our parent boycott. I'm going to talk about before and after that, right? To kind of let you know about the wins before and after that, right? Because although I think it was very important what we did at the time, if I knew what I knew now, I would have took a much different approach, right? But I'm just giving you the facts on what really happened. You know what I'm saying? How it happened and why it happened, right? So I want to give you a couple of videos where you can see, so you can kind of get into what was going on at that moment, what it looked like. This wasn't just 2 or 3 of us standing on the corner. This is a picture of what was going on in 2011 when we decided to do our boycott. This is the news coverage 2 pieces of news coverage on it. We keep hearing the words that the education issue is the civil rights issue of the 21st century, but that's more than just words. Because the same fight that we were fighting 50 years ago about separate and unequal systems, that system is here in Buffalo today. It hasn't gone anywhere. The reality is we all know that if you are fortunate and your children go to City Honors, Tuskegee, Da Vinci, and McKinley, they all get a great education. They all have a wonderful graduation rate. So what we do is we take our brightest kids, our most talented kids, and we pull them out. And we give them a different education than we give everybody else. And we're happy for them. But the bottom line is that that's not all the children in the community. All the children in the community deserve a top quality education. Suburban districts, you don't see no criteria-based schools. You don't see us pulling out our smartest kids, our most talented children, and send them to a separate school. Because the reality is we know that when you go to those communities, your intention is to educate every child. So you have Irish programs and Irish programs in all the schools. So why is it in Buffalo we accept a system that does not give every single child Irish programs and all the best that we have to offer? Because at the end of the day, the responsibility to make sure that happens falls on us as parents. So we have taken the responsibility on. We didn't come here today to blame anybody. We came here today to say, listen, it's our children. Because the reality is, the people who have the money, the power, the influence, the means, they have already boycotted the Buffalo school system. The minute they get the money or the ability to do it, they take their money and resources and they go to where the best education systems are. And they leave us here with what's left, and then they have the audacity to say to us, go to school. You have to go to school because that's not the right thing to do. You're sending the wrong message to children. What message are you sending to children when you leave us and you go put your children in the best of schools and you leave us and not the best of schools? What message did that send? It clearly says that some kind of way all of us are not equal. All of us don't deserve a top quality education. And we as the parents,
Sean Ryan voted for the reckless.
So improving local education.
Parents are taking their crusade straight to the steps of City Hall. News 4 senior correspondent Rich Newberg is following this story, which is now catching some national interest. Rich?
Well, almost half of Buffalo students took the day off from school today. It was a half day for teachers training. Organizers of today's boycott say they need to create a sense of urgency to change a system that they claim is failing its students.
Rallying to a drumbeat on the steps of Buffalo City Hall, the District Parent Coordinating Council sought to justify its one-day boycott of Buffalo City schools.
So we said, we have to have the courage and take the risk to interrupt the way this system is operating. The system is broken.
A system, they say, that has become comfortable, even though as many as 70 to 75% of its African American students can become dropouts.
And because they have become comfortable, then it will take agitation to make change.
Change as radical as having the state take over Buffalo schools as an emergency option.
I get rid of all the whole echelon up there, the board, the superintendent, all of them. They all gotta go.
The Buffalo school boycott was opposed by the superintendent and the teachers union. They said it sent the wrong message to children. Another critic blamed poor student achievement on a lack of parental involvement.
Parents need to get involved. They don't come and they don't see their children's work.
The boycott organizers are also calling for 100% school attendance on June 1st.
Don't forget, June 1st, we're asking for 100% every student in school. I don't want to hear her pulling kids out. We're saying education is important, and all parents in this community have to be invested in education.
Wait, now I have a question.
All right.
Was that boycott on Vets Day, or was it just
Now you get a little bit strategic here. we wasn't that advanced at that point. You know what I'm saying? Now we probably could. Yeah, you get everybody's attention, right? And that's the point, right? It's a real important. So when you think of strategy, no, it wasn't on Bez Day. We didn't think that far ahead. But what I wanted to give you is context, right? So let's kind of take it back. That's 2010. I'm gonna take you back to 2005. That's kind of where we kind of get started at. We kind of get started. DPCC exists before that, but primarily it's a small group of parents from the top schools. You know what I'm saying? It's primarily City Honors parents, primarily Olmsted, Da Vinci, those schools. But it was an infrastructure there to be able to mobilize parents. And it's important to know, so what am I saying to y'all? You gotta know where your starting point is. Where do you got to work with to begin with? And you gotta know that. You gotta know what laws are already in place. You know, what policies and procedure are already in place. Don't start from scratch, right? So we have formal structures and informal structures. But here's I'm gonna tell you how we got active. Much like I'm doing with you today, a seasoned veteran that had been doing this for a long time named Lloyd Hargrave came to us and said we had the right to be involved with the decision making that was going on at the building and the district level. He said that's your legal right. And so we tried to exercise that right, but back then, when you came to the front door of the school as a parent leader, what they said is that you had to sit in the office and wait for somebody to escort you around the building. It was not no welcoming environment for parents. Lloyd let us know that, you can influence that. You can change that. If you want to be a welcoming environment of parents, there's a law that says that you have the right to be part of school-based planning and shared decision making, and that part of what that required is a welcoming environment for parents and a place for parents to meet. So make a long story short, we went to the schools and the schools wasn't doing it. So we set up a meeting with the superintendent. Superintendent, according to the law, you have to have school-based planning and shared decision making. And that law was Commissioner's Regulation 100.11. That law is still on the books today. And so we had a meeting with James Williams, the superintendent, and superintendent was very honest and transparent with us. He said, you're absolutely right. That is the law. I have to meet with, matter of fact, it's not just the building level, but the district level. The district level superintendent should be monthly meeting with parent and teacher and administration leaders to be part of a district-wide planning process. He said, that's what the law says. He said, but I'm not doing that. He said, I'm gonna tell you why I'm not doing it too. He said, first of all, nobody do that. You know what I'm saying? I know it's the law, but nobody in the country do that. He said, but I'm gonna tell you why I'm not doing it. He said, the reason why I'm not doing it is because if we go into a room and there are parents, leaders, there are teacher leaders, administrative leaders, board members, and the superintendent and his executive staff, he said, if the plan we come up with, because we're supposed to collaborate and come up with a plan that we all agree on. He said, if the plan we come up with collectively don't work, who is the only person in that room who can get fired? He said, me. He said, if I'm going to get fired, I'm going to get fired because of my plan, not because of y'all plan.
I appreciate the honesty.
He said, so do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not doing that.
Gotta appreciate the transparency.
Well, Lloyd, who was our mentor, our advisor, he was like the person that what I do today, right? Said, well, no, we don't got to respect that. Because the superintendent don't get to break the law. I don't care who he think he is. He don't get to break the law. You know what I'm saying? So we went to a Title I conference the next week, and we met with the national people from the U.S. Department of Education that oversees Title I, and oversees the implementation of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. We call it ESSA now. It was called No Child Left Behind then under ESSA, but it's called ESSA now, Every Student Succeeds Act. And we told him, we said, well, we're trying to have our rights as parents respected by the school district, but the superintendent said he's not doing it because he's the only one who can lose his job. She said, he didn't tell y'all that, did he? I said, yes, and on the record. She said, please send me that in writing. Send me in writing exactly what was said, when it was said. We sent her in writing. She replied, and she sent a letter to the superintendent.
He lost his job.
No. She said, you will immediately come into compliance with, it was so ESEA policy, oh my gosh. 1116, thank you. See, the DPCC, right? It said, so the federal policy was 1116 under the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. And the way that the local, the way that the state education agency complied with the federal law was Commissioner's Regulation 100.11, and the way the local school district applied with it was parent district policy 3170, right? So this is important. So I know this, it might get complicated, right? But when you start getting with laws, you know, there's legal framework that school districts operate by. And states have to comply with the legal framework, and local schools have to comply with the state framework. Again, we didn't know all that going in. But somebody knew, like I'm knowing telling y'all. You know what I'm saying? So now y'all can go check. Find out what the state policy is, what the local policy is. So what ended up happening was he got a letter from the federal government telling him that if he did not come in compliance with the Elementary and Secondary Education Act and Commissioner's Regulation 100.11, that they were going to freeze $19.1 million.
That got his attention.
You know what he did? He called us into a meeting. He said, what do y'all want? I'm not exaggerating. He said, what do y'all want? We went from, I ain't doing nothing, to what do y'all want?
Had to jump over his head just to get what you needed.
So seeing what's possible. If you know the law, you know who is responsible for holding people in compliance with the law. In other words, so there's a department in the state education department that's responsible for monitoring whether the local school district is complying with the law. Now, the way it works is the local school district says they just have to fill out a paperwork saying, I'm in compliance with the school-based management shared decision-making policy. They just have to write something into the, write something saying that we're doing what we're supposed to do. Nobody comes and check unless somebody say they're not. So they assume that the school district says that they are in compliance with the law, they're complying with the law. So we now, it's called the consolidated application. The district had to submit a consolidated application, say we're in compliance with all these laws that give us eligibility for all this money. So now we put with it a letter. We were not part of school-based planning and decision making at the building or district level. So the first year he said to us, what do y'all want? We said we want a school-based management team in every room, every building. School-based management team in every building. We also want a parent room in every building. They were going through what they call the joint school construction project at the time. You know what I'm saying? They said we want a parent room in every building. So now parents ain't got to come in the building and be escorted around. You got a room that parents can go to while they're waiting for, interacting with, you know, just a set space, just like you have a teacher's lounge, you got a parent room. So we had a parent room, you know what I'm saying? And then we had a place for our parent volunteers to organize from. I'm now moving ahead. I'm saying a lot of stuff didn't happen this fast, but I'm gonna tell you what happened. It took time for it to happen. Then we realized that in that same Title I policy, there is money for parent engagement, parent involvement. And part of what the school-based management team parents should be doing is deciding on how that money is spent. Well, who knew? You know what I'm saying? You know, we got $5,000 that the principal is deciding on how to spend, that parents are supposed to be deciding on how to spend. So we decided, well, we want a computer, a couch, a refrigerator in our parent room. You know what I'm saying? We want a nice, comfortable parent room. You know what I'm saying? And we want to be able to have tokens. If parents need tokens, at that time we used tokens. This was a long time ago. Wow. And we found out that, that law also say that you have, for every meeting you have to pay for parents' transportation, child care, you know what I'm saying? Transportation, child care, and food. We're like, oh wow, who knew? And so we now sat down and we decided that we wanted the parents to make a decision about what we wanted to do. But guess what happened when we did that? The principal said that the PTA is where the parent groups make decisions from. And guess what happened when we got to the PTA, y'all?
No parents.
There ain't no parents made no decisions.
The majority of people on the PTA was teachers. So they was making decisions about their money and our money. So we raised the issue. We said we don't agree with that. The teachers have a whole union. They do all their own collective bargaining. Why don't they get to vote on who our leadership and who their leadership is? No, we don't want that. So we pushed back. We went and worked with our board members, and we came up with a new policy. District Parent Involvement Policy 3170. And we changed it to say we want equal power for making the decisions about who our leaders are the same way the teachers do. So unless we can vote on who the teacher reps are, they can't vote on who the parent reps are. And guess what? Teachers didn't have no problem with that. They don't want us to vote on their reps. You know what I'm saying? So they didn't have no problem with not voting on our rep. So we came up with a new policy. The new policy was that every school had to have a parent organization separate from the PTA. Now you can have a PTA, and then you have a parent organization separate and the union separate. Those are two separate organizations, and they can all come under the PTA. But on parent issues, who your parent, how we spend the parent money that's in the parent engagement, no teacher can vote on that. Only parents can vote on that. Who the district parent coordinating council rep was, only parents can vote on that. Who the parent organization president was, only parents can vote on that. So teachers couldn't get rid of parents. So all of a sudden now, we were now creating infrastructure. There was where the infrastructure was in place, but it was tilted in benefit of the teachers. Why? Because the teachers was the ones at school every day. They was designing everything. We wasn't designing nothing for ourselves. So the question is, you got to go and look at it and says, at the most fundamental level, the building level, have you designed what works best for parents? Because if you go look at what's on the books, guess who designed that? I don't know. You got to go find out. Whoever designed it in their best interest. They designed it in their best interest. They didn't design it in your best interest. And you have the right to redesign it. So if you haven't started on that most fundamental level, you already starting out behind the 8 ball. You sitting down, you participating according to how other people say you should participate. You got to get together as parents and decide how you're going to participate. So let's check that. In y'all schools, do y'all have parent organizations or parent teacher organizations?
We have parent organizations.
So no teachers can vote on the parent leaders.
We don't know. I've never even heard of that.
Wait, for the school-based planning team.
No, for the school-based, the PTSO or PTO, whatever it is, they vote on who the parent leaders for the school-based planning team.
Which includes teachers.
That does include teachers and reps and all that, but the school staff and teachers don't vote on the parent reps for school-based.
So, but what I'm saying is that if it's a parent rep on that body, why would anybody other than parents vote for the parent rep? Huh?
It's only parents within the group that I've been in.
Right.
It's all disarray though, because I've been trying to get on the PTO at my daughter's school for 2 years now. At this point, I'm moving her out of the school. She's going to a charter school. But I've been for 2 years. So the first year, it was inconvenient. They were having them early in the morning. I work in the morning times. I can't make it to that. The second year, I said, let me be more proactive. I'm going to, let them know when I'm free, when I can make it. I can come by Zoom, And they've been working on getting this PTO set up. It is now June, the end of the school year. So for the whole duration of the school year, we've been doing a whole bunch of emails that literally amounted to nothing.
Yeah.
No meetings, no actual anything at all. And there's really, in my opinion, from working inside of the Rochester City School District, there's really nobody that is making sure those things are happening, making sure that they're organized, making sure that parents are, and I guess it's supposed to be the parent liaison, but because of short staffing, because of all of the other technicalities, it's just like almost since COVID especially, it's just almost non-existent.
So here y'all go. here y'all go. It only takes one parent who know what they're doing to disrupt the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just only take one, right? So I'm telling, I don't know if that's you or if that's somebody else in your group, but here's the point. What you gotta know what the law is. Gotta know what the regulation is. You gotta know what the rules are. And if somebody is out of compliance with it, you gotta know who have to hold them accountable. And you have to document that they're out of compliance. Do you have to scream at anybody? You have to complain to anybody. It's a simple documenting that, according to Board Policy 3170, we're supposed to have a parent organization at every school, and the principal is supposed to have a meeting at the beginning of every year, notify all parents to come to that meeting, and then they will elect their representation. In our case, they'll elect their representation to the district. They DPCC rep and their alternate. They 5 school-based management team members. They'll elect who they're supposed to do, and that's what the policy said. And if somebody's not doing that, now you get to say, and I asked to be part of the PTO, and I was told they're working on it. So somebody's out of compliance, you know what I'm saying? And the first letter goes to whoever monitors that, whether that's somebody in the superintendent staff or that's somebody at the board level. Goes to whoever you find out who's responsible for monitoring it. And then when you don't get a response, you know what I'm saying, say second notice on the second email. Second notice, because you're going to track all this. Second notice.
I know, but unfortunately, as a parent, they've lost me already. Like,
I got you. Listen, you
so
preaching to the choir.
I get what you're saying, though, but
Listen.
you know what I'm saying? Give this
No,
a lot of years of my kids' time.
Listen, I'm not going to. So.
But I do get what you're saying. I do know.
I'm talking to the people who.
Start your PTO in your school, because it took me about a year and a half when my son got in to figure out who was in which spot, and then we just started. Hey, we're gonna have a meeting with
There you
parents,
go.
blah blah blah, and parents came together with the parent liaison, and we had our meeting. It had nothing to do with the principal. We had a PTO, and the principal was there. We did our thing. Oh, you had it. Yes, you're not going to dismantle the group. We're gonna continue the group, so you can, know who's in which
Yeah,
spot.
they do it. It's a lot of trickery though in the district, because they'll be like, oh, this is the president of the PTO. And it's like, who voted that person as the president of PTO? But they were elected because they come to the most school functions. They're always there. And so that's not how it's supposed to go. You're supposed to have the people elected. So it's like a lot of things that are.
Well, anytime something is not happening the way it's supposed to go, what do you need to do?
You need to write somebody to tell on somebody to make sure that this goes.
You just got to be willing to document what's happening. You know what I'm saying? And what I'm trying to take you out of as parent leaders is the reactive process, right? You got to become proactive. If you're reacting to what's happening and what's not happening, first of all, let me just let you know.
The emails I said, when you send an email, it's still showing the correlation of the documentation and showing where it goes. And a lot of people, like, I document everything. I write on papers, I write on books, I did write down the dates, the time, what you wore. However, when you're dealing with things, that email correlation is a different type of documentation. They need that, because then more other people, you can CC people in when they're not responding to you. You can do so many different things. It's just the concept of having that trail. So when it comes down that you have to go to one of these elected officials, you say, hey, this is what I have in front of you. This is what I did. This is what I did, and this was my response. Yeah. So documentation is a really big.
And at some point, you're going to say in violation of,
yes.
Right? Because that's what you're talking about. Somebody violating a policy, violating a law, right? Because you say in violation of enough times, somebody gets consequences for violating things that are not supposed to be violated, right? But listen to me. Let me talk just so y'all can understand. I get both sides of the parent conversation, because when my children were going to a failing school, they were doing fine in school. One of my sons had 100 average. Other one was doing fine. It was the school that was not in good standing, but they were fine. Me and my wife was at the school. I was the PTA president, parent organization president. We went to the school to visit on a given day, and my wife went to the classroom, and the teacher was at the desk crying, and the kids was wilding in the classroom. You know what I'm saying? And she was like, oh no. You know what I'm saying? No. So she went and talked to the principal. I ain't gonna go through the long story about what happened, but at the end of the day, she came to me and she said, the kids is leaving here. I said, no, we can't do that, because I'm the parent organization president. I can't take my kids out and leave everybody else's kids. We can't do that. Know what I said?
Them our kids, our comes first.
what you said. She said, Sam, that's your issue.
That's right.
Them my kids.
That's right.
These kids leaving. Now, I totally disagree with that. As a matter of fact, one of the kids left, one of the kids stayed. And in order to get them to stay, I had to agree to come volunteer every day in that classroom. You know what I'm saying? You know, I volunteered 3 times a week in the first period just to make sure that class was settled. That was the compromise I had to make in order to keep the kids in the school, because I was not willing to leave the kids because I could figure out how to make sure my kids is all right. You know my point? So I get your point. You know, you can get to the place where I don't got time. This is the only, your children are in 1st, 2nd, 3rd grade. That's it. For that year, that's it. You don't get a chance to do that over again. And so sometimes you ain't the one to fight the battle. You say, listen, I'm looking for solutions for my kids. I'm not gonna fight the battle for every kid. Because of what my situation is, I don't got time to do that. That was my wife's perspective on it. I'm willing to help you as much as I can, because I'm busy. I got a lot of kids. She's a minister, a principal. I ain't got a lot of time. But my kids, I'm not going to deviate on. But you, on the other hand, if you want to do that, you can do that. And it was important to me to fight for every kid, to not leave the kids, you know, that couldn't get out in there, right? So neither, which one of them is right, which one is wrong? That's the point. You ain't got to fight all the battles. Fight the ones you can fight. And if you want to protect your kid, protect your child. I'm not telling you not to protect your child, but somebody got to fight for all the kids. So so for those people who fight for all the kids, you got to be able to help them, right? So what's the point? What's the initial takeaway here? There was something possible for us to do at the most fundamental level to make sure parents have voice at the building level. If that's not happening, y'all, that's step one. You got to make sure parents have voice, because that's what makes a parent that's part of a parent organization. A parent is the fact that got a child in the school that's in a classroom. If you can't engage that parent, that parent is already there. Are they an active parent? Do their child come to school? If their child come to school, they're an active parent. Everybody ain't active the same way, but if they get their child to school, they are an active parent. They figuring out how to get their child up, dressed, into school. Some parents have more time than others. Some parents can get them to school and then drive them. Some can't. Some people can get them to school, drive them in, come volunteer in the classroom. Some parents can volunteer in the classroom and chaperone stuff. Some people can be part of the PTA. But all parents are not made equal. And ain't none better than no other one. All of them are active at the level that they're active on. And so as a parent leader, you got to engage the parent where they at and figure out how to have them involved at wherever you engage them at.
They get you to the office and they track you right there. They don't want you behind, because they don't want you to see what these teachers are really doing to these kids and how these adults are interacting with these kids. So that is the furthest that they allow. So the volunteer thing, most of the schools I've been at, they do not allow it. The city school that one of my 8-year-old is at right now, they allow it, but they allow it to a certain extent of the thing. But I can get a call each and every minute of the day on what my kid doing, where she done been, if she done bullied somebody, if she done walked out, and it's just constant. But you won't let me come and see that child sit down in the classroom, because I can deal with my own kid. Hey, but they limit parents for a lot of stuff, and you can't keep trying to be pro-reactive to certain things if you're being shut like that, and they're not allowing it. Like when I go into Greece schools have armed guards in their schools. I go into city school, there's no armed guards in the school. There's none of that. So I just don't understand how we juggle these platforms for all the kids on different levels, and the kids are the ones that are losing out on everything. I understand the parents, but it's the kids that's losing, and this generation ain't making it.
So here's my response to you, and I want everybody to hear this. It is possible to do something about the fact that they won't let you volunteer at your school. It's possible. The question is that important to you? Because saying that they won't let me do it, okay, that's the starting point. That's where it was at when you got there. They don't let you do it. So okay, that's the current reality. Do you want that to change? Because if you want it to change, that's what it's going to take to make a change. It's a reason why they don't let parents in the school. Something happened on a given day. Some parent came in, wilding out, did something. They put together a corrective action plan and said the new policy is no parents can come to school. That's how I got to be there. And guess what? That policy can change. And if the right parents show up with the right motive and follow the right process, guess what? The policy will change again. The squeaky wheel get the oil. They only exercise that policy because you're not approaching changing it in an organized way. If you decide to change it in an organized way, guess what it's going to do? It's going to change.
But first you need to make sure you know it and understand it, because don't just go in there assuming they said parents can't come, because I know for a fact that's not true. What they said is they would like it for us to allow them to know that we're coming so that they can get themselves together, whatever that means. Right, but you know what I'm saying? So you have to just know it. So the fine print says you can come, you just need to call. It doesn't say you're not allowed here.
No, but hold on, just hold on a second.
Circumstances, because there are schools that you cannot.
Wait, but just hold on, just hold on. But the point is, if you believe it says you can't, when you go to change the policy, guess what you're going to read?
The policy.
You're going to read the policy. You're going to see what it says. Then you're going to get to the fine print and say, oh, it says I can come.
I read the fine print of stuff. So
Right. So you understand my point? Only point I'm making is that all I want to do to move from this point to the next point is let you know that whatever you're dealing with, that you sit there and said, they won't let me. It's possible to change they won't let me to where the policy say we can and we do. That's all my job is here today. I know that for sure, and I can give you 100 examples. We already gave you at least 10 today of where when we came there, they won't let our kids have recess. They won't let our kids have breakfast in the classroom. You know what I'm saying? They won't let our kids X, Y, Z. And guess what? When we were finished, they did. So all our job is to tell you today is it's possible.
I want you to really emphasize navigating within this system, because I think what when we're talking in conversations, what we often talk about is how the system won't let us do the thing, and you all have mobilized to navigate within the systems, within the policies, and challenge the actual infrastructure. If you could continue to emphasize that, because we talk about blowing it up and they won't let us. Look at me and say, but I think it's really important for, as we've talked about in two cohorts now, navigating systems, that we hear the importance of, you all just didn't start with protests, right? That it started with understanding how the system navigates and understanding that systems drive policies that are in response to certain things, and you can change that. I just need our parent group to hear that, because it's not just about the protest and getting reimbursements, right? There are lots of things that happen in service of that are really important for this group of advocates to really hear from other folks, because we will get lost in the fact that there was an action on the end, and we had a sign and we had a protest, but I really appreciate, and you all need to really hear the idea of understanding the policies, understanding the systems, documenting, unfortunately navigating in their frames, the system's frames, to change them. You always can't blow them up in protest. There's a whole bunch more that has gone on to get you all to where you are, and it's a really important thing that I just continue to emphasize, because when we have conversations, we often start and end at protest and what the system won't let us do. And we've been navigating the space of how do you change the system from within the system? So when it's changed, did we just change? Yeah, you did. Thank you very much. I got what I want. And you didn't have to turn over a table immediately. Sometimes you turn over a table, but not immediately.
Right. So we got Bishop and then we got Wendy.
So when you talk about system, you need to understand, first of all, this system is working like it was designed to work.
That's right. That's
Okay.
right.
And you have to understand that it morphed into that. It's supposed to be an educational system, but when you have such a strong union, it morphed into an employment system that educates children. And so with that, if you're going to work within that system, you have to understand that the system is working. So that means 75% of our children that are illiterate is designed that way. Okay, so it's designed that way. So I get the frustration of blowing it up, but the issue is, do I understand that the system is working. So now I need to focus on redesigning the system, understanding what that system is. That is really important, because what happens, and I guarantee you, this is 100% true, unless you push back on it. Whenever there's an issue between adults, teachers, administrators, versus the education of children, adults and administrators are going to win 100% of the time. Unless you push back. And that's what Sam is talking about here. You've got to push back on that system. When we found out that 13,000 of our children were not getting a full day of education, we had to push back on that system. And they said, well, you know, it's in the teacher's contract, right? So basically, we pushed back on it. Now we have a 3-bell system.
Which caused a renegotiation of the contract.
Right.
The contract had to change to accommodate the fact that we was pushing back. So it was a contract. That's how we found it. But because we didn't agree, you know what I'm saying, they had to, that whole thing had to be renegotiated. So that's the point we're trying to say. What's possible is to change the system. It's possible to redesign it. It's possible to impact it. But you got to know that it's possible. And then you got to do the work to change it. Complaining don't change it, y'all. Screaming and hollering don't change it. You got to find out what's causing it to operate and go and work on the redesign. Wendy.
So I think just as an illustration of the time frame, because it sounds like things happen fast.
They don't.
So when I came into international school in 2009, I did not know what you had done in 2005. I just came in 2009, and I was asked to be the parent facilitator. And I was in the training, so I did the work to make sure we had parent groups, that we had functioning SPMT, that I had a stocked parent room, that I had all the connections with all the teachers and the parents. So one of the questions was like, how do you reach parents? You reach parents by using parents. So we did the outreach with all the parents. So by the time Jessica came in 2012, and I had been there for 3 years, I was able to help her. We had a foundation to help her get recess. So, I mean, it seems like it didn't take long, but 2005 to 2012, that was, 7 years of building on things, even when I didn't know what I was building on, that made it possible for recess. And we still see that. I mean, I get frustrated, because I ran for school board 12 and 13 years ago, 13 or 14 years ago, something like that. And I went to a forum last year with the school board people, and I'm like, we're still talking about so many of the same things. So it's helpful actually to come here and hear some of the things that we have accomplished, and know that we're not alone, still working on making more change.
Yeah, so just to bring that right, Wendy showed up to a parent room. She showed up to a position called parent facilitator. 2005, none of that existed. So she showed up with something to build on. So you may not be able to get it done before you leave, but you may be able to get somebody else something to build on. Because you say, I'm out, I'm going to take care of my kid, but I'm going to start the process of showing the next person the documentation I put together that they was violating their policy. Or it took them a year to put together a meeting for the parent, the parent organization. Document that and give that to somebody so they got something to build on. They ain't got to wait a whole nother year of getting, messed around before they realize anything.
Technical question. You shared the federal, let's talk about federal, state, local, right? Commissioners regs, New York State regs. Where are the other places that you all went to find out information?
I'm gonna give you the last one. I'm gonna give you this because now we're past time. I want to get this panel up, right? So here's the last one I'm gonna share with you. One of the most valuable pieces of information we found that you need to understand is something called non-regulatory guidance. Anybody ever heard of non-regulatory guidance of the federal policy? Okay, so here we go, everybody. There is under No Child Left Behind, it's still under ESSA, but under No Child Left Behind, there was a law that said that if your child went to a school that was not in good standing, you had the right to transfer your child out of that school into a school in good standing. They could not make you, even today, that's still the law, right? They cannot make you keep your child in a school that's a failing school. So you have the right to transfer your child out to a school in good standing. When we read the law, we was like, what? So we start signing people up. Remember the campaign? We start signing people up. Get out of these failing schools. Get your kid into a good school. Now, we only have 4 schools in good standing. This is real. And they said, listen, you know, we got your list of, the first year we had 200 people, 500 people. I mean, I think with the largest group we had like, was it 1,001 people? I forgot. But we find all these people up. The school district said, you're right, we have to transfer the kids, but we ain't got nowhere to transfer the kids to. So we filed a complaint with the state education department. State education department came in and said, well, you filed an appeal, but they don't have nowhere to transfer them to. So we rule in favor of the school district because they don't got nowhere to transfer them to. So we went to the federal government. Federal government said, whoa. The state ruled that they can force kids to be in failing schools? Let's go look at the non-regulatory guidance. When we made the law, we came up with some guidance on how to implement the law. So if local or state school districts don't know how to implement the law, they put together something called non-regulatory guidance to tell you how to implement the law. Under the non-regulatory guidance, it said that if there is no school available, because they obviously knew there wasn't enough good schools in every district, your child has the right to go to a suburban school, and the school district has to pay for it. Your child has the right to go to a private school, and the school has to pay for it. And when we got that law, and we took it to the state education department, state education department said, we withdraw our ruling. School district has to come back into compliance and give us a corrective action plan on how they are going to come in compliance with the law. And then we all of a sudden got some calls from suburban schools. Oh, y'all got some kids y'all want to, because the tuition has to be paid by the school district. Private schools start meeting with us. You understand? Everybody was meeting with us about how they can get our kids. But now, just keep it real, y'all. They only want the top kids. They don't want all the kids, right? But here's the point. The point is, you can't transfer the top kids. You have to transfer the kids from lowest to highest, right? So the non-regulatory guidance had all that in there. And so all of a sudden, we went from being told from the district level we couldn't change it, to the state said we couldn't change it, to the federal government came in and said you have to change it. Sorry.
Yeah,
I
they
think-
are 117 million.
Yeah, 117 million, I think, was this
Yeah.
year, an increase of like 10 to 12 million from last year.
Right.
No, wait a minute. Charter school tuition, 181 million.
181 million, yeah. It
So
was a-
one
it's a
point,
big
the
increase.
1.5 billion, one year, correct. Right. But my point is, why am I saying that? So here's what you strategically I understand. If you want to really, understand how this thing is structured, why it's happening the way it's happening, the real money, the real driver of education in the state, the real money is coming from the state.
Right.
So we brought, representing our majority leader, Crystal Peoples-Stokes, we brought Brother Mark Boyd. Let's give Mark Boyd a hand. Because we want you to hear from our state legislative partners about the education and the role that they play in education, because you need to know who they are in your local area. If you're going to make any change, if you don't have a partnership with them, it ain't going to be long-lived. It probably ain't going to happen, the truth of the matter. If the legislature don't pass the policy or pass the money, it ain't going to happen. So, Mark, talk about the relationship between the New York State legislature and education.
Sure. Thank you, Sam, and good afternoon, everyone. I do apologize. I'm probably going to have to leave in about 15, 20 minutes or so because I have some deadlines that I have to meet today. I think Sam had a very good synopsis in terms of the relationship that exists. So, talking about the Buffalo School District, as we were just talking about finances, we have roughly over $900 million that is allocated on an annual basis. And on top of that, every year, of course, is a new record year of funding, for every school district across the state. But what are we actually getting for it in terms of a return, in terms of our students and their education? Not much. Something's got to change. So as we've been talking about systems change, we have to change that because it's not working for us. I would also sit here and say from the legislature, dealing with your respective representatives is important. The legislature and the assembly in particular are responsible for identifying and promoting and voting on your New York State region. You guys being from Rochester, you have Adrian Hale. I'm sure most of you probably know him. Amazing. At least from my interactions with him and the plans that he's put forth. We actually just went through a transition ourselves in terms of appointing and electing a new region. But with all of that being said, the relationships that you have with your region, the relationships that you have with your Board of Education, the relationships that you have with your elected officials are how you're going to get stuff moving. Identifying additional resources that you may need for your organizations to support you, being able to make introductions for, I don't necessarily say like consultants and things like that, but for other service providers, I think is also an opportunity where they can be helpful. And just the simple fact of having their support as you're looking to try to build change. Just because we're all elected officials doesn't mean we necessarily agree with what's going on. In many cases, we're just looking to try to identify some support in order for people to be able to take a stand on that position. And a lot of times you'll notice that happens a lot more than you probably expect. Most people stay quiet, or they're going along to get along because they're looking to try to get something else out of the relationship or the equation, but they don't necessarily agree with it. So if they know that they have your support behind them, then they're more willing to speak out and help you accomplish your goals.
Mark, could you talk a little bit about, so in this particular case, because the state legislature is providing so much money and they are dissatisfied with the outcomes we're getting, when we bring proposals to change things, the majority leader has been open to those proposals. Absolutely. And she would take the leadership on it. So when we decided we wanted to change the date, for example, the union was against that. So when we go to the legislature and ask the legislature to support that, that means one of the major supporters of politicians, the union, is saying to them, we don't want that. In this case, what did the majority leader do?
Did it integrate?
I mean, so if you get a legislator who's willing to take on the big money people and say, nope, this is something we can make happen, you can get it to happen. You know what I'm saying? If you write on the issue, you got your research, you got your support, you can get the people, and the legislator is all you need. So what's the big point? The big point is that the legislator has a lot of power to be able to make the change that you want to be able to make change. But you got to see if you can get them to support your issue.
A perfect example of our relationship with Crystal Peoples is the governor wanted to do the reading of science, and she came to us, Western New York Equity Coalition, to ask us, is this good? Are the right things in here? What do you guys think? Before she allowed it to move forward, she came to our group to ask us, what do you think about this? And that was pretty impressive for us because we are doing the work and the thing, and we trust her and she trusts us, so we got to work together on that, and that was important.
And that's another important relationship. The government relationship is an important relationship, but again, those are relationships we build over time. But the key one, right at the most fundamental level, is that state legislator and the state senator. So know who they are, have a relationship with them, and make sure they are part of how you try to advance your agenda because they're going to be a key partner. Anything else you want to share, Mike?
No, I think you pretty much covered it.
Anybody got any questions for y'all access? Give y'all access to the elected officials. So we want to make sure you have access to them and how they're thinking about participating in change. Anybody got any questions for Mark, representing Majority Leader Crystal Peoples-Stokes?
I guess just a point of clarification, when Sam was talking about the changing the date, were you guys aware of what he was referring to? Okay.
Yeah, they heard about the whole campaign. Okay. You know what I'm saying? So, and again, it wasn't easy to take that position because it was a lot of pushback on the legislative side. You know
Sam, I think there's something in here that I think is kind of relevant that we can talk about, that they posted in the parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
How do your parent advocacy groups support parents that are considering running for a school district board seat?
Yeah, okay, let's not mix that with state legislature so we can let Mark go, but we're gonna answer that question, right? Because obviously we've done that, you know what I'm saying? We've done that a lot, actually. Anything else?
So I would like to know from you, in all of your time doing what you do, what was one time that you had experienced with parent leaders that you was like, damn, they on it, they got this, I have to support them, I gotta do what I gotta do by any means necessary. What did that look like? And what issue was it around?
I would say there's been so many.
Yeah, community schools.
The community schools was a big one. And that was something that the majority leader is known around the state as essentially being like the godmother of community schools. When Cuomo was the governor, they went back and forth negotiating, and she was able to originally get about $250 million statewide in order to implement community schools. And that's ultimately where we ended up getting like this Say Yes Buffalo and the Saturday Academy programs and everything else and all the wraparound supportive services. And so she's just like, this is it. Like, we're doing this. I don't care what anybody else says. The governor can fight me tooth and nail all he wants. I am not relinquishing anything on this. And we got it done.
What about the ones that get the funding to get the teacher aides to become teachers?
So we do have a program. We have an initiative. We call it the Diversity Teacher Pipeline. It's a program that we fund with $500,000 every year through the state budget. We have a partnership with Buffalo State University, where we essentially have teachers' aides, teachers' assistants. We have individuals who have some academic background, but they volunteer in the schools. They're substitute teaching in the schools. They want to do more, but they don't necessarily have the credentials to be able to do so. So we created this program. I want to say we're probably in our 6th or 7th year already, where basically we're identifying where their academic gaps are, and Buffalo State University is working with these students in their program to get them the credentials and the classes that they need, get the certifications, and basically get them teaching into our school district. And that is obviously all about cultural competency from a teaching perspective, and now we even have suburban school districts trying to tap into it in order to grab some of our teachers in order to take them into suburban school districts.
So what's the point? If you got good ideas, you know what I'm saying? Because those are ideas where, parents become teacher aides, but they don't have the credential to go on to become, a teacher or so if you got good ideas, you can bring them to your state legislature and you can come up with a plan on how to implement it and get resources allocated to make it happen. But again, you gotta be trying to get somewhere, like we talked about in the beginning. You gotta have a clear goal. And if there's a way to partner with your state legislature to get the money to make it happen, that's one of the things that's possible. it's possible to get resources to make things happen.
And if I could add one more piece to that, we had a pilot initially, that's how it started off. And the state education department actually was rolling out a grant specifically for that purpose. Do you think we got the grant? Where do you think the grant went? Long Island.
Oh, dang.
After having essentially 2 years worth of data to be able to show the commissioner and the Department of Education what we've been able to accomplish, they decided to give the grant to Long Island. And that is why we turned around and funded the program ourselves in order to keep it going.
I know that's right.
So this is an important partnership, and our success is an important partnership that parents need to know about and how to take advantage of, because that's gonna have a lot to do with long-term success. All right? Okay, thanks. Let's give it a hand. The organization that we have now, we call the Western New York Education Equity Task Force. I'm gonna go to Amanda now and talk about this partnership we was able to establish with higher ed, and talk about how higher ed came into the conversation. Because as you heard from Bishop, we were already doing these things. And then Amanda, talk about how higher ed came in and started partnering with us.
I've been at the University of Buffalo since 2018, and in 2019, I stepped into the role that Will now has, and attended what was at that time the African American Health Disparities Task Force, that then became the Health Equity Task Force. And I attended one of their meetings, and I saw that it was a powerful group of players, community members, and led by Pastor George Nicholas, who brought together and was really the convener of the group. But there were folks from the UB Medical School. There were folks from the school district. It was a really broad group of people who were all concerned about health disparities, health equity, social determinants of health, and that work. I came back to the dean of the Graduate School of Education at the time, and I said, why don't we have something like this around education equity? This broad coalition of people that when the community raised an issue, then everyone around the table was like, okay, what do we need to do? Where can we leverage university resources? Where can we bring in research? How can we make connections between people who are having this, experiencing this issue, and connect them to the people, elected officials that might be important to bring in to solve the particular issue. And that group eventually resulted in an Office of Health Equity in our county executive's office. There is at UB a Health Equity Research Institute, and there's a nonprofit, the Buffalo Center for Health Equity. And so we really looked to Pastor George for the template for how to organize this group here. But I think the thing that was most important, in my mind at least, was that it was led by a community member and not by the university, not by any elected official, that it had to be championed by a community member. And that's when we reached out to Sam. And we had some meetings with Sam, with Pastor George, with Pastor Pointer, and the folks who were doing this work, and sort of started thinking about how we build this group on that same model, and really constantly thinking about how the university resources and research can be of service to issues of concern in the community. So I think the issue we've talked, I think there are many good examples, but the cell phone issue was one where we were able to, there are folks in the Graduate School of Education who study the impact of cell phone use on teenagers and bullying, and who were able to say there actually is no good research to support a policy, a wholesale ban. There also is the issue of that we're taking up in a broader way now around choice and the district's choice model and neighborhood schools. So when we started the task force, we take on these just-in-time issues, and the busing issue was the first. But that brought conversations of like, why are we busing kids all over the city anyway? We need this big transportation infrastructure because we're taking kids from one neighborhood and the school that's closest to them and putting them all the way in the opposite corner of the city where parents then can't even like easily access the school. And then how are they making choices to opt out of Buffalo Public Schools and into the charter system or into the parochial schools, and then the enrollment of the district continues to decline. And so it was really in conversations, I think raised primarily by Ed about, you know, the district enrollment and what the choice policy meant, that we brought in a university researcher who's now studying like who is the choice policy working for, who is it not working for, who gets their choice, who doesn't get their choice, what are the parents who don't get their choice at one of the choices that they put down on their list, where are they going, what other places are they opting into? And so it's really the university coming in and doing what it does best, but in service of community concerns and issues. And then where we sort of can use the relationships that the university has to sort of advance the interests of the community in support of what, you know, is best for kids and families, and making evidence-based decisions, and exploring issues through that lens. So I think that's sort of the history, and one of the issues where we've you know been able to effectively marshal resources.
Why don't you talk a little bit about going forward, like what we're looking at with opportunity landscape?
The opportunity landscaping is it's an opportunity to survey or to lay out for parents and families where all of the resources in the community, after school programs, out of school learning, like let's put it all on a map. And so that parents can easily access information about all of the programs and services that are available. But what it also does, and this is a platform that's really the work of a researcher at Northwestern.
Dr. Nicole Pinkert.
Dr. Nicole Pinkert, who's built this technology platform to be able to do this work and to lay it all out. But then also to see what, like if you collect all this information and you know all of this and you can make it available to parents and families, they can make decisions, but also we can see where there are places where there are no programs, or where programs perhaps need to be, but they're like looking at it, laying over like a transportation map, and how easily can people get to that location, or are there overwhelmingly, is there a disproportionate number of like STEM available or STEM related programs in certain parts of the city, but not at all available in others? And then how do kids get to leave with an out of school transcript, to be able to walk away and say, like, these are all the things that I have been involved in that can be right alongside their school-based academic transcript. And so this technology and this platform is something that the university's been working hard to bring that here, because it is so mutually beneficial to students, to parents, and to people who want to offer programs to make decisions about where and how and where there are actual needs. And then there's a value to bigger picture, sort of looking at workforce and where we need to invest more.
Can I ask the question about the platform? First of all, what is the professor's name? Is it
Dr. Nicole Pinkard. Pinkard.
And is it like an ArcGIS platform? What is the platform?
It's their proprietary platform, but it uses a lot of the similar kinds of features as ArcGIS. Yeah, but it doesn't just come as a technology platform. It involves this process of bringing the community members in and together, because we're going to have to collect all of this information. And how are we going to find out where all of these things are? And then what are we going to do with the data once we collect it? We need to start looking what's looking at the map once it's been laid out, to have conversations about needs and next steps.
So in terms of seeing what's possible, think about how we start off as this reactive, my kid ain't getting this ain't fair, this is inequitable, this is our reactive posture, right? Now to get mobilized, getting organized, collaborating, partnering, now we're working with the university, talk about what do we need? And coming up with strategies to get the thing we need proactively. You know what I'm saying? So now when you're talking about, how do we, be able to get tutoring? We got working on the tutoring. Now we want to put in a community schools model. We got researchers working with us. We're going to do a whole conference in October where we're bringing in experts to talk to us about how we do this. We got a researcher looking at our school choice system. So ain't no question about whether we're going to make the change now. We know we're going to make the change. So now we getting the research, getting the resources, we getting government, because we got a different posture now. We don't come into it looking at they going to stop us. Ain't nobody going to stop us. You know what I'm saying? We got all the right partners. We got the higher ed, the business community, the clergy, parents, community. And so there is nobody going to get in our way. We are going to do these things. The partner, so I'm coming to you, there's a point where a paradigm shift happens and you become proactive in terms of what you're doing. And what am I saying? It's possible. It's possible to get to that point where you have that switch and you can. And here's the last piece. I'm going to take your question, then I'm going to take the last piece of sustaining the possibility. Your question.
I just have a question. I think for your high schoolers, what programs do y'all have in place for them after high school? And what has your success rate been since you have changed what you see as the problem and going to the future?
Again, I wouldn't even nuance what we're doing as a community organization, Western New York Education Equity Task Force, down to the details of what's happening for specific high schoolers. So, for example, the tutoring for high schoolers.
No, the trades and stuff. Y'all offer trades and stuff for these kids that be able to be situated, whether they go to college or go to the workforce.
But you hear the question you asked me. When you say, do y'all offer? Who's the y'all?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
You know what I'm saying?
Have y'all fought for policies to put in?
There you go. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, right. So yeah, that's definitely in the conversation, right? You know what I'm saying? Right. But my point is, we can. That happens to us sometimes too. You get to think we the ones making the decisions. You know what I'm saying? But no, we're just saying that this is important. It's a priority. We get our partners together and we're going to move on this. But let me do this last piece, and then we can wrap it up with an exchange, right? But the also piece of this is while we're doing this, we're engaging the next generation. So we ain't got to fight all these battles. So they ain't got to start from scratch. You know what I'm saying? So you see Emmanuel sitting down there, who started off working with us through the Community Action Organization as an organizer, that's now working for the New York Civil Liberties Union. And now this is the next generation who's been there as a student. You know what I'm saying? Been there now, through his as an adult, working through his college experience, and he's here now as an employee and a parent. So my point is, we also, to give you another example, our first student member, when was that, 2012, when we got Stefan on the school board? Right. Yeah, 2012, we fought as parents to have a student rep on the board.
We got one in our town too. We got a young man in our town.
So Stefan Wright was the student rep on the board in 2012. And guess what happened in 2025? Stefan Wright just got put on the ballot as the East District representative to be on the school board as an adult. And ain't nobody running against him. So guess what?
He automatically gets
He on the school board. You know what I'm saying? This was a student rep 10 years ago that we groomed. You know what I'm saying? So now he's on the, he knows what it's like to be on there as a student rep. Now he's an adult with a family and kids, and he was prepared. We grew our own school board member. You know what I'm saying? So what am I saying? Emmanuel was at this last meeting we had with the governor, and he raised this really important point. As a matter of fact, you can say it better. Talk to us about the role of the next generation and some of the issues you raised along those lines, Emmanuel. Introduce yourself, say who you are, that kind of stuff. I'm sorry. This is the first time you talked today.
I'm Emmanuel. As y'all can see, I like to do grunt work. I'm like the grunt work guy. That's how I started off doing this work. My dad has been organizing my whole life, and so when I graduated high school, I was like similar to a lot of students. I didn't know what I wanted to do. I was gonna go to college, play basketball. That fell through. I went to a community college for a semester, and I hated it. It sucked. So I left and didn't know what I was gonna do. I ended up just working these menial jobs. I ended up working at a pet store. I tell you the story. I hate pets. I don't like in no form of animals. But I'm a 19-year-old with no nothing. I'm at a pet store grooming dogs. I'm like, this can't be life. I'm scared of these things, and I'm trying to, and so I'm like, this can't be life. So I went to my dad, said, Dad, I got to figure something out. So he started me off. I started off doing media, started off just doing a lot of grunt work. And what I realized that my role was that a lot of community groups have parents who are passionate, but they don't know the language that their children are speaking because it's a generational gap, right? Yeah. So there's oftentimes I'm in rooms where people who are in a different generation are talking about what life was like in their generation, right? And we was at this governor's thing, and everybody there is telling kids, but when I grew up, we didn't have no cell phones. We just met up and talked. And when I grew up, and so I got up and I said, there's never going to be another generation that says they didn't have a cell phone. That's never going to happen again. So telling a kid when you grew up what it was like don't mean nothing for that kid because they ain't never going to live through that, right? They're never going to live through a world where no cell phone is there, no AI is there, no internet is there. So you need to talk to them in their language so they can understand the world that they're going to live in. They got to learn how to organize it. They got to learn how to move it. They got to learn how to speak it. And so what my role a lot of this times has been is taking information and being a bridge, being able to take what they know, disseminate it through me, and being able to talk to the next generation and say, this is what they're doing, and this is how I can translate it to what you can be doing. And so I'm often in spaces where I'm listening, I'm taking notes, and then I'm going to talk to young people and saying, listen, these are some of the fights that we're going to have to fight when we get older. But these are some of the fights that they've won already. And what I've learned is that the gap between generations isn't one that people wanted to be there, it's just a communication gap. Because y'all communicate differently, right? Y'all have a different expectation of communication, right? Like most children don't know how to have personable conversations anymore because most of their communication is done through cell phones. And I don't think people understand when you grow up texting and talking through cell phones, having to sit in front of somebody and articulate what that stuff means is difficult sometimes. That's a difficult thing to do, and it's even more difficult when the person in front of you is yelling at you saying, do better, talk better, speak better, you should know how to conduct. Well, how should I know how to conduct myself when I've never been shown how to do that? And so that's kind of the role I play where I understand the world that these young people are growing up in because I'm doing it. I still play the video game, I still text, I'm on all social media websites, I'm in their world, but I'm also had the blessing of being able to communicate with elders, people older than me, to be able to take that information and now tell the young people, like, nah, like what they doing is cool, right? What they're doing is fighting for us. Y'all may not understand it because y'all going through it, but some of the stuff that we need, they're already fighting for. And then when we get there, we got to know these things. So, I always tell people it's important to understand everything you do, you learn to communicate that with the next generation so when they get there, they ain't repeating the steps. But you also have to understand how they communicate. You also got to understand the world they live in, right? We was in one meeting, and we went through this 2-hour-long meeting about how we was going to help students. And so at the end, I raised my hand and I said, well, no point in this meeting did we talk about the impact of social media on students. And everybody in the room was like, you're right, we didn't. Everything is done through social media. Kids playing fights through social media now. Everything is done like this. Social media is one of the biggest proponents of a child. Like my son is 4, and he got a tablet that he do everything on. And if I take that tablet away, he ready to fight, right? So the technology and how fast it's advancing and all those things, that's what this next generation is going through. And that's how we have to learn to communicate with them, because it's important. Because you want them to be better than you. I'm sure every parent wants their child to be better, but how you get them to be better, it takes learning how to communicate with them.
So what are we saying?
We like that.
So what are we saying in short? Have some young people at the table. Have some people in the next generation at the table. You gotta have an intergenerational conversation. You gotta have people that can translate, people that still living, people that's not that far away from it. I mean, you know, even if it's just one or two, whatever you gotta do in the process, let them sit there. Even if they, you just got, I don't wanna go past that point. Just have them at the table. You know what I'm saying? So that they don't gotta reinvent the wheel once you're gone.
I would like to say, coming from someone, I have realized how critically important social media is in mobilizing young people politically. Social media is one of the primary ways that young people learned about the issues that we are facing in our communities. It is how they learned how to vote, how to engage, starting at the federal level, but eventually at the state level, at the local level, that there is a government, that there can be change. And social media is a really good way for young people to do that, because they can express it the way they're able to, that the way they know how to, instead of fitting into a world they haven't been taught how to be in. So taking away social media from kids and taking away that right to express is silencing them, and it's just stopping progress dead in its tracks. And so I have realized, because I am someone who can engage with older people, but and I sometimes feel, oh, my peers are doing it differently. Everyone has their own way, and it is our responsibility to make sure every way is able to be recognized, so we can actually make change and just not sit where we are.
Amen. All right.
So I got a question. I feel like I'm in a hybrid generation, right? Because I have a 17-year-old, and then my mother is, I'm not gonna say how old she is, but she's, an elder. And I feel like I'm constantly trying to say, well, Mom, this is how Vinny is, and this is why, because she's very like, put the phone down, da-da-da. And I'm like, Vinny, I know it's uncomfortable looking, well out in the eyes when you talk to her, but that's how well. So what tips and tricks or suggestions can you give parent advocates who are doing the work, to remind them to stay grounded and be actually around youth? So I'm intentional about being around youth for that reason, because I don't want to be uncomfortable, and I don't want to be that elder that says, take your hoodie off. That's kind of their vibe, right? Like, let's see what's happening. So what, talk to me.
It's a balance, though.
Trouble's real, brother.
Yeah, it's a give and take. It's a balance. Because what I tell young people is, you can't expect the next generation to fully come into your world either, right? So one of the things I've learned is that if I want to get stuff done, depending on who I'm talking to, that's how I communicate. My dad taught me this long, so I text, right? If I need to get somebody's info, I send a text. My dad had to tell me, well, everybody don't communicate through text.
Yeah, I get told that.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta call people. Sometimes it's a mix of both. I tell parent advocates who I talk to, it depends on your audience, right? It depends who you communicate with, right? If I'm talking to people from the generation who don't have a cell phone, I can go sit down and look at them and say, this is what I need, right? But if I'm talking to my younger brother, I know if I send him a text, he'll respond and he'll get to it. And it's not expecting nobody to be anywhere but where they at. I don't expect young people to conduct themselves like they're 40, because they're not. They're 17 and 16. So I expect them to be 17 and 16. But I also don't expect, my dad, who is in his 50s, to act like my 17-year-old brother. Like, no, that's how you communicate. So now, and what you'll learn is that as the older generation lives more with the current times, you'll start to adjust. Like, my dad FaceTime. He FaceTime. They got AirPods. You'll start to adjust, right? Because you don't want to get left behind either. You don't want to just be the old get off my grass person either. You want to do yourself, right? You want to do sneakers. You want to dress nice, you wanna look nice, you wanna, so as you start to come into the world like that, you'll see why they communicate the way they communicate, why children act the way they act, because you'll look and say, oh, right, like one of the biggest things is most people get their news off social media now.
Oh yeah, and a lot of it's fake news.
People don't read the newspaper, people don't listen to radio, people listen to podcasts more. So again, it's a new world, and as you learn to adjust to yourself, you'll also learn how to better communicate with those who were born into it.
Yeah, we had to get, my mom, she just turned 79 in May. She got her iPad. And I was like, Mom, people at work did not. Let me add to this. Come over here, help me with this paper. Mom, call you when I get over. Yeah, she fixed
We are here and here.
For me, it was a wake-up call for me. It was, we just lost a kid that committed suicide. And my son goes to another whole school, and it's an all-boys school. And when he came home, he was at Mom. We all sent the text just saying, hashtag, if you need help, we here for each other. So I looked at him and I said, why you said that? Is something going on? As me, I react back. I said, oh, you need mental health? Do we need to call somebody? What's going on? He said, no, Mom. Nobody asked us in school. They didn't take a day. We didn't take a day off. We didn't really have a conversation behind it. But just us, we just picked up the phone to wanted to be able to share that. And what that woke up for me, as in, Candace, I'm like you said, I'm not trying to type, I'm not learning, I'm staying where I am, okay guys? But for my children, I see you passing that. You like to IT, you talk to people. He's an introvert, so when you're not messing with people and you're involved with what you're involved in, I love to see him like that. And it just was a wake up for me to say, like, I see where you needed me at, and I needed to be there for a child, and I need for us parents to honestly, like, no matter what situation it was for mental health or anything going on with our kids talk to us in a different way, like you said, and the way I wanted my son. When I go to church, I'm like, and I argue, don't put a hoodie, don't wear a hat. That's like an argument. But when you walk in there, I was thankful to start seeing him just being in the present, and you walking in there on your own. You could have been somewhere else. So I had to learn, like you said, when you have kids, you're so used to what your shelter and what you have, that I love my sons, and I'm like, you my team. I love chilling with my kids. So I'm like, to me, to see you sprout, or to be an IT, or for you to actually advocate in your own space, that's why I know, I'm like, okay, we're doing something right in the community. Like you said, you see something, you can see it in your kids that even if you're in this fight, oh, I see, you gonna definitely be better than me. You're gonna have the things you need to have. Amen. And that's what I wanted to say, like you said, when you think about the phones, or when we think about how I interact. Like you said, I'm a people person. I like the door to door. I'm gonna hand that flyer to the door. How you doing? Hey. But for my kids, it's all about, I'm understanding all about the internet and what you want to do and how he want to take his career into IT just because of that. So thank you for that.
My kids is different. My oldest is 28, my youngest is 8. So I hit every generation. I don't care how you put it. I have a 13-year-old boy and a 16-year-old boy and a 25-year-old daughter. So the 8-year-old is the only one different from each and every generation. This last one is like it's the talking back. I mean, I deal with it. I want my kids to be able to freely express yourself, but it's the overly talking back. It's the overly doing things. It's just the always wanting to be combative with me. And I'm like, did I do this with my mom? Was I like this? Because I didn't get this from no other kid except this last kid, because I was too old to be having him. And that's where I try to communicate. I communicate with everybody. I can talk to kids, I can talk to adults, but I can't talk to an emotional 8-year-old child who I'm like, what do I supposed to do? Where it's like I'm always just constantly bashing my head against the wall. She got kicked out of 3 schools in kindergarten. We're now in 2nd grade. We're down to our 6th school. So we're trying to find little things that help, but I like keep getting roadblocks of this last generation, and I need that so literally.
Thank you for sharing.
All right, it was somebody else here who had a hand, and then we're gonna wrap up.
I was just going to ask, we're trying to mobilize parents in the technology age, and parents who are not technology savvy. Like, how are you getting parents to come to the table and engage with you? What platforms, what means you're using? So for my group, we have a whole list where parents opt in and send emails, and but then there's no response, so you get an email and don't respond, right? So it, you know, and then there's times where we're on the ground, we're, you know, walking, tabling, like, what are you guys using, like you guys?
So here's the key piece, everybody. First of all, when you measuring something, you know, usually people want you to measure it a way. And in the world we live in, there ain't no a way of measuring anymore. You have to have multiple ways of measuring, right? So for example, I know now as a parent leader, I can go look at attendance and get an idea of the level of parent engagement, right? I know all the parents are engaged, right? And because the person is not there don't mean they're not engaged.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? So the question becomes, even at a meeting, how do you measure people's participation? If you only measure it by attendance in the meeting, that's only one form of measuring the participation. Is the person interacting with you on social media? Is the person interacting with you on through email? Is the person posting? You know what I'm saying? The person sent you. Is the person engaged any kind of way? You have to document all that because people on the outside can't see that person engaging. Oh, that person never there. No, that person posts that stuff on social media all the time. I mean, they are main posting that post that stuff on social media. You know what I'm saying? That counts for engagement, right? So you got to understand in the current world we live in how to meet parents where they're at, and then only expect them to take the next step. Don't expect them to go from I was just sending my kid to school to now I'm volunteering to go on chaperone and I'm going to be on the representative on the parent council. That's not, no. If they was that, just see if you can get them to take one more step. That's how you grow your participation. And you grow participation. I mean, and it don't matter where you start off at. And here's to me, the most powerful weapon to help you grow participation. It's called asset-based community development, asset-based community organizing. It starts off like this. You try to get, if you don't get one thing from a parent, get the asset map from the parent. Get all their assets. Everything the parent like, everything the parent good at, everything the parent interested in, get all that. Once you got that, you're good. You know what I'm saying? You are good. Trust me when I tell you, if you can get that, the parent assets, that we call them the gifts of the head, heart, and the body. You know what I'm saying? The gifts of the head, heart, and body. Once you got all the parents' assets, you know when to engage them. Our problem is that we want to engage all the parents all the time. It don't work like that. Parents are engaged based on their interest. So if you want to engage them more effectively, you create a plan based on your assets. So if you design a plan based on the assets you have, you're going to have more people involved. Most people try to use something called best practices, right? They go try to find out people who are doing it, what they're doing, and duplicate that. The reason why that don't work is because best practices only work if we all got the same ingredients. We all don't got the same ingredients. So what's going to work for you ain't going to necessarily work for me. So I got to find out what I got to work with and design my plan based on what I got to work with. The person who was the president before me at DPCC, she could turn out meetings, 200, 300 people to a meeting. I didn't understand what she was doing. But when I found her asset map, you know what I'm saying, she found out her parents like to cook, her parents like to do, what's that thing where you go on and you do different talent shows, America's Got Talent? She would do these she was the president of Performing Arts. So she was do these America Got Talent events, you know what I'm saying? So with the parents and the students, you know what I'm saying? And they would show up for that stuff, you know what I'm saying, So, but she found out that that's what her people were interested in. And she designed her work plan based on what people were interested in. If you ain't getting people at your meeting, it's because you're not doing what they're interested in. Because you know what people stop and do? You know when they stop doing what they're doing to do something else? When they're interested. So if you design it around their interests, they show up. You may not be able to do something around everybody's interests all at one time. But you may be, I'm coming to you, you may be able to design something around their interests. So you know what, we're going to do a cookout where we're going to have talent, and we're going to also have a spoken word, and we're going to also have, some kind of competition around, who can design something, whatever. Because you're looking at your asset map, and you find out, oh, such and such do this, such and such do that, such and such do this. And when you find what people are interested in, do you even have to pay them to do that? Almost never. They do that stuff for free. They want to do it. They're looking for opportunities, especially if they're good at it. And once you ask them to do it, do you have to micromanage them? When you get the people doing what they're interested, they do it ABCD Institute, look at the whole process for asset-based community development. It gives you a whole design on how to do an asset map, how to get all your parents' skills and all your parents' interests, and then you design your plan around your parents' skill and interests, and you can't go wrong. Trust me, you cannot go wrong. People do what they're interested in no matter what, even work with kids. You don't have to teach kids if you design it around what they're interested in, they'll teach themselves. Ed.
I found, as being the president of the District Parent Coordinating Council the last 3 years, going on 4 years, everyone who attends our meeting just wants to be heard when they need to be heard, and they just want to be valued. We spend, I train them, and we have presenters, and we do things, but we always have open forum. So no matter what your issue is, we're going to listen to it. It may not be our top priority, but we can privately talk about solving that problem for that one family and helping them. What we want to do is we just want them to show up again and maybe bring someone again. And that's where we get, and most of the parents that we get are parents who needed help somewhere along the line. They didn't get their bus, didn't go to school, or their kids had special needs issues. And we bring them to the table and we teach them how to help the next parent, and then the next parent, and the next parent. You know, a perfect example at School 94 last year, I had a mom with a kindergarten kid. It was a disaster. I said, call the principal, let's have a meeting. We had a meeting, then we scheduled an IEP meeting. Our first meeting was to set up what the student needed. Our next meeting with the IEP, the district, or the school came with the tools so we can get the kid what he needed. And this year when I go to the meeting, I didn't speak one word. She handled the meeting because I empowered her the year before to know what to do. And now she'll tell me, hey, I had a meeting, I did this, what do you think? So that's just wanted to make sure, when you bring the person in, give them the power, and they'll stay and they'll help and you'll grow. And our parent Congress, we go to Sam, or we go to Emmanuel, we go to Badger. We ask, we speak, we go to Jess, we all talk to each other. I'll call Kim and say, what can we do about this? How do we help? Use the people you have to solve the problems. And the big issues, it's all about coming together, getting the whole community together. I mean, the transportation thing, we worked hard on that. They hit it at the big level. I hit it pounding it from the inside. Like, we have to have our meeting. When's our meeting? When's our meeting? And we just attended and we all just battled. I mean, getting the paid parents, that was, no one ever thought that would happen. And we just kept fighting for it and getting 3-bell. We knew the 3-bell wasn't perfect, but we didn't want 600 kids standing on the corner not going to school. We'd rather have them stuck in school at the end of the day not getting home, because at least they're in a safe building, right? So we fought hard for that. And most of us, it didn't affect our children at all. We did it because the right thing to do. And then we brought on, we made sure to include whoever wanted to be included.
So again, we end this with saying it's possible. I mean, that's really kind of what we want to get. What we want to do now is go around and just wrap up and just have each person share. Oh, wait, before we do that, let's do one more thing, because I see we have been joined by Ms. Kim Hernandez, and Kim has been part of our whole, right from the beginning. Matter of fact, me and Kim went to college. I was the president of the student government. She was the treasurer of the student government, when we was in college, and we've been working together all through. Kim focuses around special education. Anything you want to share in terms of what our Rochester parent leaders, Kim?
No, not really, but I was glad at the end you talked about assets, using our assets, because I thought about the program that she talked about. It's like, we need to overlap them. Parents have a lot of assets. When my son was in 94, we utilized a lot of the parents that spoke other languages. Very, very effective, very, very huge parent group. You meet people where they are. My job, I work with people with disabilities. I'm gonna come to your house. I will meet you on a Sunday, even after church. I'll meet you on Saturday. That's your Saturday. Whatever. We have to meet people where they are, and I have no problem. I guarantee you I have a 100% get my parents' rate. My boss is like, you need to talk to that person? No problem. I will talk to that person. I had a person that took me a year to get it, but I didn't give up. The policy of my job says call them 3 times and then you give up, but I don't give up. You can give me a chance, come on in, so we're gonna get it. So, never give up. Use all your assets and overlap them all.
Just so you know, don't let Kim sell herself short.
I know.
Kim never, ever tells anybody no. Kim is always there. She's there all the time. We're blessed to have Kim as one of our parent leaders and around. And we've become, she helped mentor me because I came in very angry early on. And she's there for everybody. She'd come to Rochester if you asked her, trust me. That's just the way she is. Yeah, so see?
This little book called Runnings. My husband said, where is it? Well, I looked it up. It's in Rochester. He said, it's Rochester. Yeah. Our kids are gone. Say, I want to get there.